With the playing of the national anthem, we'll check the defense around for you for the New York Mets. Frank Thomas is at first base. Charlie Neal is at second base. Elio Chacon is the shortstop, and Felix Mantilla is at third. Joe Christopher is moved over into left field today for the Mets. Richie Ashburn is playing center field for the first time in quite a stretch. And Cliff Cook is in right. The catcher in the first game of today's doubleheader is Chris Canizaro, and the pitcher is Jay Hook. Jay Hook is 25 years of age. He is making his 19th start and his 22nd appearance of the year. He lost to the Giants on May 26th in 10 innings by a score of 7-6 when Willie Mays hit an extra inning home run. He lost 10-1 on June the 2nd. He relieved against the Giants on June the 3rd, worked 1 in the 3rd innings in which he gave up no runs and allowed only 1 hit. He was not involved in the decision on July 4th when the Giants won 11-4. He went 2/3 of an inning, giving up 3 runs on 5 hits. Bob Boland's scheduled to go in the second game of the doubleheader today for the Giants, and Bill Hunter's scheduled to go in the second game for the New York Mets. But right now, stepping up to lead off is second baseman Chuck Hiller, who has a batting average of 272. Fastball, it's inside for ball 1. And the ball game is underway here at the Polo Grounds. Starting play today, the Giants are in second place in the National League standings, 2 1/2 games back of the league-leading Los Angeles Dodgers. Here's a swing and a foul ball back and out of play. 1-1 to second baseman Chuck Hiller. The Dodgers, of course, have moved on to Philadelphia to take on the Phillies, as the Giants just left Philadelphia. Jay Hook with the 1-1 pitch to Chuck Hiller, and it's in there for a called strike 2, 1-2. The Giants came to New York last night after the conclusion of their game with the Phils, which they lost by a score of 6-5 in 10 innings. And to add to their hard luck, the bus broke down on the way to New York, and the Giants were considerably delayed getting into town. One member of the official party said the team broke down in the 10th inning, and the bus broke down a few hours later. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Swung and fouled off, and the count holds at 1-2. While the Dodgers were beating the Mets yesterday, of course, the Giants were losing that one to the Phils to allow the Dodgers to pick up another full game on the Giants and extend the lead to 2.5 games. Of course, if the Giants or Dodgers or both look over their shoulder, they'll find the Pittsburgh Pirates right there in third place. Here's a 1-2 pitch. It's a fastball. It missed inside. 2-2 now to Chuck Hiller. An enthusiastic baseball crowd here at the Polo Grounds this Sunday afternoon. Wes Westrom coaching at first base, and Whitey Lockman is coaching around at third for the San Francisco Giants. The 2-2 pitch is high and away, and the count has gone out full to the Giant leadoff man. Is set to work the payoff pitch, swung on, and there's a fly ball high to right field. Coming in underneath it is Cliff Cook. He is waiting, and Cook makes the catch for the out. So there's one away, and that brings up third baseman Jim Davenport for the Giants. What a season Davenport is having. He is batting .331. He has 10 home runs and 44 runs batted in. He was on the National League All-Star squad, finishing second only to Kenny Boyer of the St. Louis Cardinals in the balloting at third base. Former football star at Mississippi Southern University. Has a pitch in there for a foul strike. The official terminology of the school now is the University of Southern Mississippi. Strike one count to the right-hand batter as Jay Hook brings the pitch in low. And it's 1-1. Chris Cannizzaro is catching the first game with Sammy Taylor out with the broken finger for 3 or 4 weeks. The catching core of the New York Mets consists of Chris Cannizzaro and Joe Pignatano. Pignatano caught yesterday's game. Hook with a payoff pitch, swung on and lined into left field for the first base hit of the ball game. Played off the wall and past Christopher, and Davenport is on his way to second base. Christopher up with it now, throws to third, and Davenport holds at second. It's scored as a double. Davenport lined that one, whistled it out into left field, and Christopher came over. A little unfamiliar, apparently, with left field position. He's been in center a great deal lately, and playing the carom off the wall allowed it to get past him. It is scored as a double, and here is Matty Alou at the plate, a left-hand batter. Brother of Philippe Alou, who is also in the outfield today for the Giants. Matty's hitting 256, 1 home run, 6 runs batted in. Jay Hook into the stretch position, checks the runner at second, and brings the pitch to the plate low and on a short hop, and it's dug up by Chris Cannizzaro. Wes Westham, coaching down that first, was here yesterday. Manager Alvin Dark had allowed him to come on up for the old-timers game so that he got in a day ahead of the Giants at the team. Off the bag at second, Jim Davenport. Hook kicks and fires into the dirt, and it's coming on inside, hitting Alou, and he's going to first, hit by a pitch ball. Right down into the dirt at his feet, and he is hit by a pitch ball. And that's going to bring up Willie Mays with runners at first and second and 1 man out. The pitch by Jay Hook was a curveball. Came in right into the dirt off the foot of Matty Alou. Well, here's Willie back at the Polo Grounds with a batting average for the season of 305, including 25 home runs and 81 runs batted in. What an exhibition he put on during batting practice. And you can hear the buzz around the stands now as Willie is in there with a wide stance, right-hand batter. In the ballpark where he first came to the major leagues as a boy of 19 in 1951. Jay Hook into the pitch. The pitch to Mays. Fastball across the letters, gets by, and both runners advance. Cannizzaro retrieves it. Hook covers the plate. Davenport holds at third. Matty Alou holds at second. Scored as a wild pitch. It was a tight pitch to Mays. He bounced back out of the way, and both runners advanced. But it got on past Cannizzaro. But charge a wild pitch against Jay Hook, who now has called Cannizzaro out. He's at the mound, checking things out with him. The Giants making a bid here in the top half of the first inning with 1 man out and runners at second and third. Is the count to Willie Mays. Hook works straight away now, and the pitch swung on and missed. It's 1-1. Jay Hook is in a tough spot here in the top half of the first inning. He has his work cut out for him. Here is the 1-1 pitch to Mays. Swung on and has a fly ball to short center field. Coming in is Ashburn. Cook is coming over also. Ashburn makes the catch. Davenport tags at third and comes on. And now Matty Alou tagged at second, moved on halfway, waited to see which way the throw was going. When it came to Neal, he moved on to third. So 1 run is in. Alou has advanced from second to third, and McCovey is coming up. A sacrifice fly and a run batted in for Willie Mays, and the Giants lead by a score of 1-0. Big first baseman Willie McCovey has a season's batting average of .302. He has 12 home runs and 28 runs batted in. He's playing first base in this game. He has been used more in the outfield than at first base this season. He has been alternated in the outfield with Harvey Keene for most of the season. McCovey, of course, a tall left-hand batter. Curveball misses low for ball 1 to Willie McCovey. Orlando Cepeda has been benched by manager Alvin Dark. Cepeda has been a .256 hitter since June the 1st. He's had only 4 home runs and 21 runs batted in since that date, June 1st. Last home run was on June 30th. He was benched because of tiredness yesterday. He pinch hit a 2-run single. Has a swing and a foul ball into the upper deck off to the left side, out of play. 1-1 to big Willie McCovey. Incidentally, the Giants have pitcher Bob Garibaldi in uniform today for the first time. Garibaldi is eligible to play today for the Giants. He's been on the trip, but this is the first time he has been added officially to the roster as of today. Curveball hit on the ground through the hole in the right field for a base hit. Matty Alou comes on to score. And McCovey holds it first with a single to right on the ground between first and second. And the Giants lead here by a score of 2-0. And that will bring up Philippe Alou. He is a right-hand batter. And Philippe Alou is hitting .326. He has 15 home runs and 61 runs batted in. Philippe Alou was on the National League All-Star squad, finishing behind Roberto Clemente in the right field balloting. 2 men out, and the pitch is blown away for a ball to Alou. 2 runs in here for the Giants in the top half of the first inning. Frank Thomas holds against the runner at first base. Pitches outside for a ball. That's a throw down to first. It is not in time. With Gil Hodges out of action and in the hospital with the kidney stone ailment, the Mets have only one first baseman, Mara Thornberry, who is a first baseman by trade. Of course, they have Frank Thomas playing first. He has played it a great deal during his major league career. And they also have Rod Kaniel available for duty at first base. This is a 2-0 pitch to Philippe Alou, and it's low. It's out to 3-0. Catcher Tom Haller is in the on-deck circle for the Giants. This is the second trip of the Giants into the Polo Grounds this season. Giants were in the first time, the first week in June. McCovey leads off the bag at first. The 3-0 pitch is in there for a called strike, and it's 3-1. We were speaking of Bob Garibaldi a moment ago, being in uniform for the Giants today and eligible to play for the first time. He is the fine young collegiate pitcher from Santa Clara who was recently signed to a bonus contract by the Giants. There was a great deal of competition for him. As a fastball in there for a call strike, throw to first. He's out at first base. Frank Thomas put it on Willie McCovey. Frank Thomas putting the tag on Willie McCovey as Chris Canizaro fired it down there. It goes 2-3 if you're scoring it in the top half of the first. The Giants got 2 runs on 2 hits. No errors, nobody left. And at the end of 1 half inning of play, the score is the Giants 2 and the Mets nothing. Now for the New York Mets, up to lead off is center fielder Richie Ashburn. Richie has a season batting average of 299. He has drawn 35 walks this season. He has 6 home runs, one of them coming yesterday. His previous season high, 4. Ashburn needs 1 walk to tie Max Bishop in career walks, which he has 1,152. Fastball turned him inside. Billy Pierce on the mound for the San Francisco Giants. The 35-year-old left-hander making his first appearance as being spiked on the right ankle in Cincinnati way back on June 14th. On blasting game, Spikey. This is Billy Pierce, his second start against the Mets. He beat them on June 1st at the Polo Grounds 9-6. There's a pitch outside for ball 2 to Ashburn. Billy Pierce today is looking for his 198th Major League victory. His season's record, 8 victories and 2 defeats. Charlie Neal in the on-deck circle. As the pitch high and away, it is ball 3. Speaking of Gil Hodges, as we have been, he is in Roosevelt Hospital here in New York City. That pitch is high, ball 4, and Ashburn has drawn a walk, which gives him 1,153. He is now tied in the matter of career walks with Max Bishop. Here is Charlie Neal coming up, hitting 258, 7 home runs and 31 runs batted in. It's in there for a called strike. Billy Pierce looking in to get a sign. That's it now. As Ashburn leads off the bag at first, McCovey holds against the run of the pitch and the fastball in there for a call strike to Charlie Neal. Cliff Cook is now on deck for the Mets. Billy Pierce, 35 years of age, born at Detroit, Michigan. Here's a ground ball to second base. Hiller has it. He plays it for Gahn. He's out to third to first. He's out. A double play. If you are scoring, it is a 4-6-3 double play. 2 men out, nobody on, and right-hand batter Cliff Cook is coming up. Cook hitting 223 with 2 homers and 9 runs batted in. Billy Pierce talking things over now with catcher Tom Haller. Pierce came to the major leagues with his hometown Detroit Tigers in 1948. Was traded to the Chicago White Sox for catcher Aaron Robinson in November of 1948. A great trade for the White Sox because Billy Pierce came on to be a bulwark of the White Sox pitching staff for a number of years. He had 2 20-game winning seasons with the White Sox in 1956 and 57. He won 20 games each season. Swing and a miss by Cliff Cook at the plate. Pierce was traded to the San Francisco Giants along with pitcher Don Larson for pitchers Ed Fisher, Dom Zani, and first baseman outfielder Bob Farley. When pitch is outside, it's 1-1 now. To Cliff Cook, up with 2 men out and nobody on base for the New York Mets, batting in the bottom half of the first inning. The San Francisco Giants are leading by a score of 2-0. Pitch is in there for a called strike. 1-2. Fine Sunday afternoon turnout here at the Polo Grounds, but it is not a sellout by any means. So if you happen to be in the vicinity, drop in. We have lots of baseball here this afternoon. Swinging a ground ball, foul. 1-2 now to Cliff Cook with Frank Thomas kneeling in the on-deck circle. Billy Pierce working straight away into the windup and the pitch. Swung on and popped up foul back of the bag at first. McCovey gives chase. He's in the warning track at the barrier. He backhanded with a big glove to retire the side. So Cook is fouled out to McCovey at first, and in the bottom half of the first inning, the Mets got no runs on no hits, no errors, and nobody left. At the end of one full inning of play, the score is the San Francisco Giants 2 and the New York Mets nothing. Right here, Philippe Polo is at the plate. He was at the plate when McCovey was picked off first. In the first inning, here's a swing and a foul ball. It's strike one to Philippe Polo. There's a single game scheduled in Chicago this afternoon in the American League. The Detroit Tigers and the White Sox will be starting in just a few minutes. Sam Jones against Eddie Fisher. Doubleheader scheduled in Minnesota between the Red Sox and the Minnesota Twins. There's a curveball missing outside to Philippe Polo. The end of one inning of play. The Boston Red Sox nothing, the Minnesota Twins nothing. First game, Schwal against Price. So that's the way all the baseball action is set up in the majors this Sunday afternoon, and we'll be bringing you scores of other games throughout the afternoon. Jay Hook into the windup and the pitch. Curveball lined into the glove of Mantilla. He's out at third base. Philippe Polo hit the ball on the nose, but lined it directly into the glove of third baseman Felix Mantilla. There is one away, and catcher Tom Haller is coming up. Former football quarterback at the University of Illinois. Tom Haller is a left-hand batter. There's a pitch low for a ball. Delivers, and it's high and away. Haller is hitting 256. He has 7 home runs and 23 runs batted in. Pitch is swung on, and there is a short hopper to Frank Thomas. Can't field it, throws to first, now in time to get him. Thomas overran the ball and had to go back and pick it up, and so did Jay Hook at first in time, just in time to get Tom Haller. And Haller is questioning the decision of umpire Ken Burkhardt at first base, and Wes Westbrook now steps in between Haller and Burkhardt. It was a low line drive to Frank Thomas. As he started in the field, he had it on the glove and then overran it and had to go back and pick it up and play to Hook, but got it to Hook in time. So if you're scoring at 3-1, 2 away, nobody on, and Jose Pagan's coming up. Shortstop, right-hand batter. Jose Pagan is hitting 266 with 3 home runs, 31 runs batted in. Hook brings the pitch in high for ball 1. Starting play today in the National League, Tommy Davis is the leading batter, hitting 351. Davis of the Dodgers. Roberto Clemente of the Pittsburgh Pirates, second, hitting 350. Frank Robinson of the Cincinnati Reds, 338. Stand Music of the Cardinals, 332. Jim Davenport of these Giants, 331. It's to Pagan's a fastball that's in there for a called strike. It's 1-1. Again, Hook is set to work, tries the curveball, and it comes in low on one big hop to Chris Canizero. So it's 2 balls and 1 strike. Leading batter in the American League as we start play today is Pete Runnels of the Boston Red Sox, 345. Manny Jimenez of the Kansas City A's hitting 336. Norm Seaborn of Kansas City hitting 315. Here's a 2-1 pitch to Pagan. It's a fastball outside. It's 3-1. Leading home run hitter in the National League is Willie Mays of the Giants with 25. Leading home run hitter in the American League is Leon Wagner of the Los Angeles Angels with 26. Cook looks around and now is set to work with the 3-1 pitch to Pagan. Swung on. That's a fly ball to short center field. Ashburn coming in. He has it lined up, and Richie Ashburn makes the catch for the out. So Jay Hook got the Giants out in order in the top of the second with no runs, no hits, no errors, and nobody left. And at the end of an inning and a half at the Polo Grounds, first game of a doubleheader, scores the Giants 2 and the Mets nothing.
This is WGY Schenectady, your New York Mets station. The time is now 27 minutes before 3 o'clock. The temperature reading is 80 degrees.
Bob Murphy at the Polo Grounds. Frank Thomas steps up to lead off for the New York Mets, batting in the bottom half of the second inning. Thomas playing first base today. This is his first appearance at the plate in this ball game. Facing left-hander Billy Pierce. And the pitch is swung on and line foul on the left field line. Frank Thomas is hitting 294. He has 15 home runs and 50 runs batted in. Thomas leads the Mets in runs batted in. He leads the Mets in home runs. He leads in doubles. He leads in hits. Frank Thomas leads in most offensive departments for the Mets. There's a pitch. Taken low. It's 1-1. Billy Pierce getting his first start today since June 14th. And the San Francisco Giants feel like he can add a great deal to their total effort. He can get back into the starting rotation. There's a change of pace going high. It's 2-1. Felix Mantilla is kneeling in the on-deck circle for the New York Mets. Mantilla is batting number 5 in the batting order today. Here's a 2-1 pitch to Thomas. Swung on and a little nubbered on a third baseline foul ball. Thomas is running it out, but he'll be brought back. He's on his way back to the plate now. Haller went up the line to try to field the ball. Davenport came down, but it got quickly over into foul territory. A little nubber off the end of the bat of Frank Thomas, and it is 2-2. Pierce is looking in to get a sign from Tom Haller. He has it dipped into the windup and the pitch. Swung on, a broken back ground ball to second base, taken by Hiller, and he fires over to McCovey inside. Pitcher Billy Pierce tried to get over off the mound in time to field it on the fly. Could not make it, and the ground ball went on out to second base. Broken bat right off the handle. So there's one away, nobody on, and here's Felix Mantilla at the plate. Felix Mantilla has a season's batting average of 272, including 7 home runs and 32 runs batted in. Swings and fouls this one off, right down into the batter's box. off his foot, and strike one to Felix Mantilla with Joe Christopher in the on-deck circle now. Billy Pierce works the pitch outside, and it's 1-1. Mantilla waggling that bat, standing in the batter's box. Now Pierce starts with the 1-1 pitch, and it's high for ball. 2-1. The Giants are leading the match here by a score of 2-0. In case you have just joined us, Giants got 2 runs in the top half of the first. Davenport double. Matty Alou was hit by a pitch ball. Wild pitch moved them both up, and Willie Mays had a sacrifice fly to center. Davenport tagged and scored after the catch, and McCovey singled Matty Alou home to account for the 2 runs. There's a pitch low. It's out to 3-1 now to Felix Mantilla. The Mets had a base runner in the bottom half of the first when Richie Ashburn walked, but Charlie Neal hit into a double play. That erased him. Time call as Mantilla stepped back out of the batter's box. Now he's back in and ready. As Pierce works the 3-1 pitch. He takes it low for ball 4. That's the second walk given up by Billy Pierce. Gives the Mets their second base runner. With 1 man out, right-hand batter Joe Christopher is now coming up. Christopher's hitting 208 with 3 home runs this season. The Mets are still looking for their first hit of the day. Off Billy Pierce here in the bottom half of the second inning. Elio Chacon is kneeling in the on-deck circle. Mantilla leads off the bag at first. He's running. Here's a swing and a pop foul. Back to the bag at first. No play. Manager Casey single, putting on the hit and run. On the first pitch to Christopher with 1 man out. Again, Billy Pierce is looking in for a sign from Tom Haller. Taking a long time to get it now. He has it into the stretch. That pitch is low and inside for ball. It's 1-1. As do all good pitchers with men on base, Billy Pierce uses the head fake a great deal in his pitching motion. He will try to fake the runner with a head movement. He's into the set position now. Using the quick head move, and the pitch is outside. It's 2-1. Giants 2, the Mets nothing. Bottom half of the second. Mantilla leading at first. Pitch is swung as a ground ball to third. Taken deep by Davenport. Placed to Hiller. He's out there. The throw to first. He's safe there. The relay was not in time for the double play. As Christopher has forced Mantilla at second base. Play went from Davenport to Hiller. 2 away. A runner at first, and Elio Chacon is coming up. Chacon's hitting 225 with 1 home run and 18 runs batted in. Hiller and Pagan, the keystone combination of the San Francisco Giants, come in to check things out with Billy Pierce. See who's going to cover here. With Christopher on at first base. Chris Canizero is now on deck for the Mets. Pierce up on the rubber, looking in to get his sign. Here's the pitch. Christopher's running. The pitch is low. Haller's throw to second, and he is out at second base. Haller to Hiller. It goes 2-4 to scoring. And Joe Christopher is out in the bottom half of the second. The Mets got no runs on no hits, no errors, and nobody left. And so it's the end of 2 innings complete. At the Polo Grounds, the score is the San Francisco Giants 2 and the New York Mets nothing. To the top half of the third inning, and the San Francisco Giants will be sending up their pitcher, Billy Pierce, and we will be sending up our distance hitter, Mr. Ralph Kiner.
Thank you, Lindsay. Here's some bad news for Mets fans. Gil Hodges was just operated on for the removal of a kidney stone by Dr. Baron Snyder at the Roosevelt Hospital, and Gil will be in the hospital now for 10 days and out of the uniform of the Mets from 4 to 6 weeks. So, real bad news for Gil, and of course we all wish him well. First pitch to Billy Pierce is up high, a fastball by Jay Hook for ball 1. Lindsay, you were at the party last night when Gil was stricken, and it certainly came quickly, didn't it?
Gee, it did, Ralph. Gil Hodges was there, being his usual genial self one moment, and the next he was in great pain.
There's a swing and a miss as Pierce misses a fastball. 1 ball, 1 strike. Well, they tell me that there's no greater pain than a kidney stone pain. 1 ball, 1 strike count. 2-0 game in favor of the Giants as Pierce hits a little ground ball towards the left side. It goes on through in the left field, a base hit. Billy Pierce hitting that fastball off the hands and barely getting it through the infield. Pulled around towards second base where the left-handed batter had no chance to get the ball. If he had to come up with the ball, he could have never made the play at first base as he was moving away from that area. A base hit for Billy Pierce. And that gives the Giants the runner at first base with no one out, and the batter will be the leadoff man, Chuck Hiller. Billy on this warm day putting on a jacket at first base. And Chris Canizero now talking it over with Jay Hook out in front of the batter's box. Giants scored 2 runs in the first inning when Jim Davenport doubled to left field. Matty Alou was hit by a pitch ball to give the Giants runners at first and second. And then a wild pitch moved both runners up to second and third. First run scoring, and Willie Mays a sacrifice fly to center field. McCovey came through with a base hit to drive in the second run. Now Chuck Hiller, and the first pitch is inside to the left-handed batter for ball 1. Chuck batting .272 at the start of the game. Giants now with 3 base hits off of Jay. Jay into the stretch, a check of the runner, and back to the plate, and it's low and inside. A fastball, ball 2. 2 balls, no strikes. San Francisco Giants, 2 1/2 games out of first place. They lost to Philadelphia in extra innings yesterday, 6-5. Now Hook back to work. As he throws a fastball, a swing and a foul back on the screen. 2 balls and 1 strike. Hiller had a good swing at that fastball up around the letters. On deck batter, Jim Davenport, and he has been poison to the Mets all year long. Already has 1 base hit in the game to extend his 14-game hitting streak to 15 games. The 2-1 pitch to Hiller. Fastball bounced on the ground. O'Neill a chance for 2. He takes it himself, throws to first in time, a double play. Charlie Neal, taking that hard ground ball over by the bag, ran about 5 steps to step in the bag all by himself. Then the throw to first base to Frank Thomas was in plenty of time. A double play apiece for each side. 2 outs now, and the batter is Jim Davenport. A double play by the Mets, their 80th of the year. The opposition has pulled off 86. Jim Davenport, 1 for 1. Batting at .331 at the start of the game. He bats from the right-hand side. And the first pitch to Jim is on the plate for a called strike. Hook into the windup and back to the right-hander, and it's a pop-up as Davenport goes for a lower pitch. Coming in now, Chacon calling for it, and he makes the catch to retire the side. In the inning for the Giants, no runs on 1 hit. Erased by a double play, no errors, and no one left on. And the score at the end, 2 1/2 innings of play. The Giants 2, the Mets nothing. You know, you've heard us say, it's beer as beer should taste. Well, think of that just for a minute. Isn't that what you want in beer? Don't you want a beer that's refreshingly dry to the taste with a flavor that's brisk and bright and clean, clear through? Well, that is Rheingold. Rheingold is brewed to be just that. Brewed to the choicest ingredients, brewed the long, slow, costlier way. Rheingold is everything you look for in beer. And dry tells you why. Yes, extra dry means Rheingold's a better beer. It's a wonderful beer. And extra dry means Rheingold beer is more refreshing. And the more refreshing a beer is, the more you're going to enjoy. So enjoy fine, cold Rheingold beer right along with the ball game. Join the millions who have made Rheingold New York's largest selling beer. Well, this is the first game of a 3-game set with the Giants. Doubleheader today and a single game tomorrow night starting at 8 o'clock. And the Mets will have a day off on Tuesday and take up against the red-hot Pittsburgh Pirates in a daytime doubleheader. Pirates only 4.5 games out of first place, and they have won 11 of their last 14 ball games. Thursday, the Pirates will be in town for a twilight night doubleheader. That game will start at 6 o'clock. And the Mets leave town. Right here, though, bottom half of the third. 2-0 game. Giants lead as Billy Pierce pitches to Elias Chacon, and he takes outside for ball 1. Elio batting .225. Right-handed batter, choking up on the bat about 2 inches. And the left-hander back to the plate, inside and low, ball 2. 2 balls and no strikes. On deck batter, Chris Canizero. 2-0 pitch, a called strike by the home plate umpire. 2 balls and 1 strike. Frank Waltz, the umpire behind home plate. Ken Burkhardt at first. At second base, Jocko Conlon. At third, Chris Pellicudis. Pierce misses low with his next pitch. It's 3 balls and 1 strike with no one out. Elias Chacon looks down at third base for the sign. Salahimus, the coach there. Elio leads the Mets in walks obtained, 47. Now time called as Tom Holler, the catcher, goes out to straighten out the sign. And while we have a second here, let's check the scores in the National League. The Los Angeles Dodgers, through 6.5 innings of play, lead the Philadelphia Phillies 4-1. Johnny Padres looking for his 5th win in that one. Now pitching for the Phils, Brown. That's the first game of 2. In the first game of a doubleheader at Pittsburgh, the St. Louis Cardinals lead the Pirates 2-1 through 6.5. Washburn, the pitcher for the Cardinals, his record 7-4, and pitching for Pittsburgh, Harvey Haddix. He has won 7 and lost 3. The Chicago Cubs are scheduled against Houston in the doubleheader, and Cincinnati playing in Milwaukee. behind 1-0 to 2.5. Milwaukee 1, Cincinnati 0. First of 2. Now the 3-1 pitch to Chacon. It's up high for ball 4. And Elio Chacon has picked up his 48th walk of the year. And that's the third walk issued by Billy Pierce. Mets now with a runner at first base and Chris Cannizzaro coming up with no one out. 2-0 game in favor of the Giants. Chris Cannizzaro, followed by Jay Hook. Jay out in the on-deck circle, as he always does. He's a good hitting pitcher. Chris batting 189, bats from the right-hand side. And the first pitch as Chacon goes is swung on a miss. The throw to second base in the dirt, and sliding in safely, Elio Chacon. Elio got a good jump. It goes to the stolen base. And that is his 8th stolen base of the year. He also leads the Mets in that department. And now the Mets have a runner at second base with no one out. A one-strike count on Chris Cannizzaro. And Tom Holler, who had previously thrown out Joe Christopher, now having one stolen base against him. The stretch by Billy Ferris, a look at Chacon at second base, and the pitch to the plate, a curveball hit down through the hole. Going back to second base, now hurries to throw. The third, the throw there is a little bit late, and holding at first base, Chris Cannizzaro. Elio Chacon, on that ball hitting the hole, wisely decided to hold up. But when it went on through, Elio still went back to second base. For what reason, we don't know. Then he had to hurry over to third. Actually, didn't make his mind up until it was almost too late. But he got there, and now the Mets have runners at first and third with no one out and a batter, Jay Hook. That base hit by Cannizzaro, the first in the game off of Billy Pierce. Jim Duffalo now up and throwing for the Giants in the San Francisco bullpen. This is Billy Pierce's first start since he was spiked back on June 14th by Don Blasingame. 2-0 game in favor of the Giants, with the Mets now with the tying run at first base. And Jay Hook, the left-hander, in the batter's box. Day batting .265, has driven in 4 runs. Infield playing for the double play at short and second. The third baseman is in. First pitch to the left-handed batter is a curveball swung on a miss for strike 1. Davenport at third base, playing about 2 steps in front of the baseline, running between second and third. McCovey at first base, naturally holding the runner on. Now Ferris into the stretch, a check of the runners. A shake of his head and back to the plate with a pitch that's just off the outside corner. 1 ball, 1 strike to Jay Hook. On deck batter, Richie Ashburn. One ball, 1 strike, no one out. 2-0 game, Giants. And the 1-1 pitch is swung on and missed for strike 2. Big swing by Hook. He didn't get it. Elio Chacon at third base. Chris Cannizzaro at first. Taking plenty of time reading the signs from Tom Holler. Now into the stretch. And the pitch back to the plate, a swung on a miss, a strikeout. And now while we have a chance, we'll use this opportunity to pause for station identification.
This is WGY Schenectady.
Out by Billy Ferris, his first of the game. And now Richie Ashburn comes to bat. Ralph Kiner along with Lindsey Nelson and Bob Murphy from the Polo Grounds. Bottom half of the third inning, the score 2-0 in favor of the Giants. And Richie Ashford, who walked his first time up, batting for the second time. He's batting .299. And the first pitch to the left-hander hit sharply down to second base. A good play by Hiller. A tag at second. In time to first base. A double play. Now Solly Heem is coming out to argue with the second base umpire, Jocko Conlon, as to the fact that Hiller did not touch the bag. Fine play by Hiller in completing the double play. He went over to his right, backhanded the ball one-handed with his glove, stepped on the bag and threw to first base in plenty of time. And the double play, the second of the game by the San Francisco Giants. In the innings for the Mets, no runs on one hit. There was one walk, no errors, one man left. And the score at the end of 3 innings of play, the Giants 2, the Mets nothing. Moving along now to the top of the fourth inning, a 2-0 game in favor of the Giants. And the first batter up for the Giants will be Matty Alou. Matty was hit by a pitch ball his first time up. And he scored, along with Jim Davenport, to score one of the 2 runs in the ball game. Batting .256, the brother of Philippe Alou. And he bats from the left-hand side as Jay Hook gets set to go here in the top of the fourth. The wind-up in the pitch is outside for ball 1. Alou moving down as though to push the ball towards the third base side. Taking as the pitch went high. 1 ball, no strikes. The 1-0 pitch to Matty Alou is high again for ball 2. So far has given up only 3 base hits. And working through 3 innings. And he comes back high again for ball 3. 3 balls and no strikes. Chris Canizero walking out in front of the plate. Talking to Jay. Jay a pitch away from walking his first man. He has struck out none. He has a record against San Francisco of 0-2. He has appeared against them 3 times. He lost once in 10 innings, 7-6, and also lost 10-1. And the 3-0 pitch, a called strike by home plate umpire Frank Waltz. 3 balls and 1. Matty Alou, one of many brothers who have great talent. 3-1 pitch, a called strike 2. They have another brother playing in minor league baseball, called Hussein Alou. And they claim he's faster, stronger, and better than Philippe and Matty. Matty swings at the 3-2 pitch and pulls it foul. Count remaining at 3 balls and 2 strikes. Matty played in the minor leagues at Tacoma. He's an outstanding outfielder, has a great arm. Leading off here in the 4th inning, he'll be followed by Willie Mays and Willie McCovey. And again, the 3-2 pitch to the left-handed batter, right through the middle on the ground, a base hit. Going around at first base and moving halfway down, but holding there. The throw coming back to first base is not in time. And it chases Alou back to first. He almost went for the extra base as the ball is fielded slowly in center field. Well, that pitch hit by Matty Alou outside the strike zone, so the base hit. Didn't change the circumstances any, because if he'd have taken the pitch, he would have walked to first base. And with Matty on at first base now and no one out, Willie Mays comes to bat for the second time. Willie, his first time up, flied out to center field. The throw to first base chases Alou back. He's safely there. Fly ball was a sacrifice fly, scoring Jim Davenport from third base. Again, the throw to first. Alou, who is fast, gets back in a hurry. Fly ball by Woolley was shallow in center field, and Ashburn catching the ball towards right field couldn't throw home. There's a curveball on the outside corner called strike, and a throw to first base just about in time, but not quite. Getting back quickly, Alou. One strike count on Willie Mays. Willie batting .305 for the year. Jay Hook a look at the runner at first. And now back to Mays, and this one is popped up back of home plate, and coming back near the fence is Chris Canizero, and he has room and makes the catch. And moving on down from first base after the catch, right by the screen, Matty Alou and holding then as Canizero came running out. Mays is out for the first time officially, and now Willie McCovey comes up. McCovey singled to right field and drove in the second run of the game. Giants lead at 2-0. He was then picked off first base by Chris Canizero. Willie starting the game hitting .302. Big fella hitting from the left-hand side. When I say big, he's a giant. Boy, he fills out that uniform, I'll tell you. Strong fellow with good power. Lou at first base with one out now. Jay Hook looking, then back to the plate with a curveball, a called strike. McCovey started the swing, then held up. Now he talks to Frank Walsh. Goes as a one-strike count. Willie McCovey, the pride of San Francisco. This fellow is actually more popular, or as popular as Willie Mays in San Francisco. Hook again back with the one-strike pitch, and this is a hanging curveball way outside and high for ball one. 1 ball, 1 strike. Giants 2 runs on 4 hits. The Mets have no runs on 1. Jay Hook, a quick throw to first base, but Alou with a short lead back in time. Matty Alou. He's a little bit smaller than his brother, Philippe. Hook set now. Holding on the mound. And now to the plate with a fastball. It's foul. It's off of the glove of Canizero, not foul. A swing and a miss. And the ball getting away from Canizero allows Matty Alou to go down to second base. And the score to pass ball. And now Canizero, thinking it was a foul tip, saying something to the umpire, Frank Walsh, but giving up that argument as Walsh shakes his head no. Officially, it goes as a fastball. And Alou now down at second base with 1 out. One ball, 2 strike count on Willie McCovey. The on-deck batter is Philippe Alou. Jay Hook now back to work. Comes to the plate with a slider that's fouled out of play, and the count will hold at 1 ball and 2 strikes. Waddy Lockman, the third base coach, and Wes Westrom, who was here for the Old Timers game, the first base coach. Jay Hook, a slow worker, now into the stretch position. And his 1-2 pitch to McCovey. It's hit deep to center field, but high in the air. It'll give Ashford plenty of time. He is there, tagged up at second base. And moving over to the third after the catch is Matty Alou. 2 outs now. And Alou rounding at third base, going down the line about 6 steps as Charlie Neal walks the ball in from his cutoff position. Fly ball about 390 feet to center field. Actually, just a shade to the right of center field. Two outs and Philippe Alou batting. He lined out to third base his first time up. came into the game at 326. Has a stance similar to Orlando Cepeda. And the windup in the pitch to Alou is outside, ball one. Cepeda was given a day's rest yesterday. At least it started out that way when the Giants played in Philadelphia. He complained of being tired. He was used in the game as he came up as a pinch hitter and singled. And he was left in the game. Today he's been given a position on the bench again. 1-0 pitch to Alou, a curveball. It's low for ball two. 2 balls and no strikes. The on-deck man is a left-handed batter, Tom Holler. Nothing game, Giants lead. And Felix Mantilla bluffing the runner back at third. The big windup and the pitch hit deep to left center field. Moving back is Ashburn on the warning track. He is back there and he makes the catch. Richie Ashburn pulling that deep drive down right in front of the screen, 440 feet away, and it retires the side. And the inning for the Giants, no runs on 1 hit, no errors, 1 man left in the score at the end of 3.5. Moving to the bottom half of the 4th inning with the score 2-0 in favor of the San Francisco Giants, and Charlie Neal will lead off for the Mets. It'll be Charlie Neal, Cliff Cook, and Frank Thomas, the second, third, and fourth batters in the batting order against Billy Pierce. Billy now through 3 innings has given up no runs, allowed only 1 hit. He has struck out 1 and walked 3. 1 base hit picked up by Chris Cannizzaro. Charlie hit into a double play his first time up, hitting the ball down to the second baseman, Chuck Hiller. And he swings and fouls the first pitch off the catcher's glove for strike 1. Hiller has turned in 2 fine double plays to give the Mets opposition 87 double plays for the year. The Mets have had 1 double play in the ball game. They now have a total of 80 for the season. Billy Pierce, looking for the sign, now goes into the windup for the 1-strike pitch. And Charlie Neal takes it. It's low for ball 1. 1 ball, 1 strike. Charlie starting the game with a .258 average, 7 home runs and 31 runs batted in. The 1-1 pitch to the right-handed batter is low for ball 2. 2 balls and 1 strike. Billy Pierce, a veteran of many seasons in the American League, 35 years of age. He has 197 wins in his Major League career. He has lost 154 games, so he is well over 500 throughout his brilliant career. 2-1 pitch inside, getting away from the catcher, ball 3. Billy last year for the White Sox won 10 and lost 9. And he has a record against the Mets of 1 win and no losses. He won that game on June 1st right here in the Polo Grounds, 9-6. Now working to Charlie Neal with a 3-1 count. The full windup and the pitch is outside and high. A fastball, ball 4. So Billy walks his 4th man in the game. That gives the Mets a base runner at first base with no one out in the bottom half of the 4th inning. And it brings up Cliff Cook, who is playing in right field. Cliff, in his only batting appearance, was out as Willie McCovey backhanded a high pop-up over by the first base box seat. Cook, a right-hander, in the batter's box. And Pierce to the plate with his first pitch, a fastball down around the knees for a strike call. Cliff batting .223. Last year he led the American Association in home runs. Pierce with a 1-strike pitch, a change-up curveball that bounces in the dirt, dug out by Tom Holler, ball 1. Holding at first base, Charlie Neal. Outfield straight away and deep. Willie Mays as deep as I've seen him play. Still not as deep as most outfielders play. The stretch, a look at first base at Charlie Neal, and the pitch to the plate. It's hit to left field. It might drop in. Coming in is Lou. It's a base hit. He takes it on the first hop, and holding now at second base, Charlie Neal. And the Mets have runners at first and second with no one out. And the batter is Frank Thomas. Frank Thomas batting in the cleanup position. Coming to bat now. He is 0 for 1 in the game. He grounded out to the second baseman when Billy Pierce jammed him with a fastball, and he broke his bat, hitting a soft grounder down to second. Frank with 15 home runs and 50 runs batted in, leads the club in both departments. Right-hander right on top of the plate. He has not hit a home run for quite some time. And Ferris, with runners at first and second, comes in with a curveball. Curling deep to left field. It could go off of the wall. It's an extra base hit. Coming in from second base is Charlie Neal. Now coming from first base is Cliff Cook, and he is there. The game is all tied up. And standing out at second base with a two-base hit and 2 runs batted in, Frank Thomas. And with the base hit, Jim Duffalo gets up and throws in the bullpen for the San Francisco Giants. Frank Thomas at second base with no one out, and the batter is Felix Mantilla. And now a play is being put on by the shortstop, and Salahimas coaching at third, yelling down to Thomas to get back. He did get back. No throw there. Felix Mantilla. And he attempts a bunt down the first base side. It goes foul. And Thomas, who had moved over to third, now has to go back to second base. Game all tied up at 2-2. Jim Duffalo, a right-hander, throwing in the bullpen. Pierce has a record this year of 8 wins and 2 losses, but this is his first start since June 14th. He was spiked by Blasingame and has been out for over a month. A one-strike pitch to Mantilla, hit on the ground towards the first base side and foul. And the count now 0-2 as McCovey comes over and tries to backhand it in foul territory, misses the ball. On deck batter, Joe Christopher. Ferris reading the signs from Tom Holler. Takes a long look. Now goes into the stretch. Looks at Thomas at second base, and there's a ball hit right through the middle. Thomas slow starting, rounds to third base, and he's being held there. The throw coming into McCovey, cut off, throw to second base, not in time. As Mantilla takes advantage of the throw into home plate to go on down to second. And now coming out of the dugout and signaling for Jim Duffalo, Alvin Dark. That's all for Billy Pierce. Thomas on the ball, hit by Mantilla, started to move back towards second base and then had no chance to score as Willie Mays came in charging. And the throw in home in anticipation of Thomas scoring allowed Mantilla to go on down to second base. And the Mets now, with Pierce going out, have runners at second and third and no one out as Jim Duffalo comes in to pitch. Duffalo's record for the year, 1 win and 2 losses. This will be his 15th game, his 13th appearance in relief. And he has a earned run average of 3.64. Billy Pierce officially pitched 3 innings. So far has been charged with 2 runs. Both scoring here in the 4th inning as the Mets picked up a walk and 3 base hits. He allowed a total of 4 hits, and he struck out 1 and walked 4. And while we wait for Duffalo to warm up, let's take a look at the scores. In the National League, all doubleheader, Chicago scheduled against Houston. The starting pitchers in the first game, Bob Buell for the Cubs, and going for Houston, Hal Wodashek. Cincinnati playing in Milwaukee, and they trail the Braves 3-0 through 4 innings. Now pitching for the Reds, Wills. He came in the 4th. Burdette going for the Milwaukee Braves. Matthews hit his 18th home run in the first inning of that game. The Dodgers playing at Philadelphia way out in front through 7.5. They lead it 8-1. The Padres way out in front, looking for his 5th win. Now pitching for Philadelphia, Brown. Howard a home run in the 8th inning with 1 on to score 2 runs, and Fairley picked up a home run in the 8th to score 1 more, first of 2. St. Louis playing at Pittsburgh, and the game there all tied up through 7.5. Washburn and Face now the opposing pitchers. That takes care of the National League scoring. Right here, it's a 2-2 game as Jim Duffalo warms up to pitch to a pinch hitter. It'll be Gene Woodling. Gene Woodling batting as a pinch hitter with runners at 2nd and 3rd in place of Joe Christopher. Giants at 2 1/2 games out of first place. They lost a series to Philadelphia, 2 out of 3, before coming in here to the Polo Grounds. Gene Woodling with a .211 batting average, being substituted for Joe Christopher. Gene, a left-handed batter, right on top of the plate in that familiar crouch position. The third baseman and shortstop playing in, the rest of the infield back. And the first pitch to Gene is a called strike. Alvin Dark giving up the run. If the ball is hit to the right side. Now Pagan being sent back to a halfway position. So the only man in now is the third baseman, Jim Davenport. 2-2 game, runners at 2nd and 3rd, and the curveball of Woodling is high for ball 1. 1 ball, 1 strike. No one out. Tom Holler being called over. And they're moving the right fielder, Matty Alou, deeper in right field. He was playing a very shallow right field, and he's being pushed out and over towards right center. 1 ball, 1 strike as Duffalo goes into the windup, and the pitch to the plate is a curve that's inside and low for ball 2. Duffalo, a big, tall right-hander. 6'1", 175 pounds. As he winds and comes back, it's high. A throw down to third base, chases Thomas back. A play on, but not in time. And the count is 3-1 as Tom Holler pitched out, trying to pick off Frank Thomas. Open base is first base with runners at 2nd and 3rd. No one out, and the batter in the on-deck circle is Elio Chacon. There is ball 4 intentionally, and that loads him up. And it brings up Elio Chacon. Now Casey Stengel coming out to talk to Elio. The pitcher, Duffalo, got behind 2-1 on Woodling. Instead of walking him intentionally, Alvin Dark had a play put on to try and pick Thomas off at third. He used the third ball for the play, and then, of course, after the play did not come off, he walked Woodling intentionally to load up the bases and give the Giants a chance for a double play or a force play at any base. Infield back at short and second for the double play. In at first and third. And the first pitch to Chacon, a right-handed batter, is outside. Ball one. Curveball outside of the plate. And Elio, who had walked his first time up, now looking down at Solly Heeman. Score tied at 2-2 as Duffalo winds and comes into Chacon for a strike at the knees. 1 ball, 1 strike. Giants 2 runs on 4 hits. The Mets have 2 runs on 4. But the Mets with the bases loaded here. Now time called as Solly Heeman comes in to talk to Chacon. Chacon from Venezuela has some difficulty in picking up the English language. And right here in this situation, Solly wants to make sure that Elio understands what might be coming off. Frank Thomas at third base, Felix Mantilla at second, and Gene Woodling at first. No one out. The count 1 ball and 1 strike. And now Chacon, after the conversation, still looking down at Solly Heeman in the coaching box. Elio batting .225. And Duffalo into the windup, and the pitch to Elio is fouled away. And the count now 1 ball and 2 strikes. Foul ball coming right over the top of our Rheingold booth. One ball and 2 strikes on Elio Chacon. On deck batter, Chris Cannizzaro. The windup now for the 1-2 pitch. It's a foul ball off of the catcher's mask. And the count will hold at 1-2. Elio that time behind the fastball, just getting a piece of it to stay alive. Duffalo, the pitcher, last year with a record of 5 wins and 1 loss for the Giants. Now into the windup, and again the 1-2 pitch. Hit out to left field, a base hit. Scoring from third base is Frank Thomas. Coming around from second. The throw now is Mantilla. It's over the catcher's head. So now the Mets, with a base hit by Elio Chacon, a 2-strike base hit, have gone out in front 4-2, and holding at second base on the throw in, Gene Woodling. You're scoring, charge both of those runs to Billy Pierce. All 4 runs in the game now. Charge to Billy Pierce. Still no one out. Runners at first and second, and the batter is Chris Cannizzaro. And Chris bunts out by the pitcher's mound. A look at third. The throw there is wide. Off of the third baseman's glove, and safe at third base. On the play by the pitcher is Gene Woodling. The bases are loaded. Scored an error on the pitcher. And a fielder's choice for Chris Cannizzaro. No sacrifice on the play. The official score determining that if the throw had been good, the force play would have been effected at third. Larson now throwing in the bullpen for the San Francisco Giants. And the batter is Jay Hook with the bases loaded and still no one out. 4-2 in favor of the Mets. And the first pitch to Jay is low, ball 1. Fastball down below the knees. 1 ball, no strike. with 4 runs in here in the bottom of the 4th inning. And the pitch back to Jay is a curve breaking over just above the knee. Strike 1 call. Jay is first time out. Struck out swinging. He is 0 for 1. Came into the game batting .265. Infield playing in now with the bases loaded and the pitcher batting. Here's the windup and the 1-1 pitch. Hit on the ground to the second baseman Hillary. Knocks it down. Throws home in time for the forced play on Gene Woodley. And moving on around at third base, Elio Chacon moving on down to second base. Chris Canizero, and on the fourth play, safe at first place, Jay Hook. Now, while we have a chance, we'll use the opportunity to step out and allow our stations to step in for station identification.
You are tuned to WGY Schenectady, your New York Met station. The time is now 3:31. The temperature reading is 80 degrees.
Base is still loaded. 1 out now. Richie Ashburn, the batter. Richie, the ninth man to bat here in this inning. The windup and the first pitch to the left-handed batter is low for ball 1. Richie, his first time up, walked, and his second hit into a double play. Double play, a well-hit ball that Chuck Hiller turned into an exceptional double play. Now the windup for the 1-0 pitch, and Ashburn swings and fouls the ball out of play. Strike 1. Ball coming off of the glove of the catcher, Tom Holler. Infield back at short and second, looking for the double play. In at first and third. That's now with 4 runs on 5 hits. Giants have 2 runs on 4. Jim Duffalo in relief of Billy Pierce into the windup, and the 1-1 pitch is outside, a pitch out. And Tom Holler chasing Chacon back, but Chacon moving quickly did not draw a throw. Count now 2 balls and 1 strike. On deck batter Charlie Neal. He started the rally with a walk. Mets scoring 4 here in the bottom of the 4th to take the lead 4-2. Duffalo staring for the sign, now backs off the pitching rubber. He wants another. Now into the stretch, where the base is loaded, and the pitch to Ashburn is outside. Ball 3. 3 balls and 1 strike. And Duffalo now a pitch away from walking in the run, and time call as Solly Hemus calls Richie Ashburn out of the batter's box. All the question here is whether or not Solly will allow Richie Ashburn to swing away or take. Richie, a veteran of many baseball games such as these, who would guess he'll be on his own. He has a fine eye. Three-one count now. Bases jammed. Infield moving in just a little bit. And the stretch position again assumed by the pitcher. And the pitch on the 3-1 pitch is fouled away. And the count now goes full of Richie Ashburn. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Jim Duffalo, going into the stretch position instead of the full windup with the bases loaded, is trying to hold the runner at third base as close as he can to take away the possibility of a squeeze play being successful. By assuming the stretch position, it does not allow Chacon to get too far down the line, and if a squeeze play was put on, they would have just a little better chance of picking up the force play at home if the play went there. It's a 3-2 count now. Richie Ashburn, 1 out. On deck batter Charlie Neal. And Jim Duffalo looking for the sign, and Ashburn backing out. now gets back in the batter's box. Chacon at third. Canizero is at second base. Jay Hook at first. Now the stretch position and the 3-2 pitch. Taken outside, ball 4. That walks in the fifth run. Coming in from third base and coming out from the dugout now, Al Dark, Elio Chacon. The Mets lead at 5-2, and it's going to be Don Larson to pitch to Charlie Neal. That walk by Richie Ashburn has just placed him one ahead of the career walks obtained by Max Bishop. A great ball player in the past, so Richie now has 1,154 walks in his major league career, and he now has passed Max Bishop in that total. On now at third base, Chris Canizero. At second base, Jay Hook. Jay Hook. At first base, Richie Ashburn. And coming in slowly from the bullpen in left field, Don Larson. And right here, it's 5-2 Mets as Charlie Neal comes to bat against Don Larson. Bottom of the fourth inning. Bases still loaded, 1 out. And Larson now calling time to get the signs all straightened out. Charlie batting for the second time in the inning. He started off the rally with a walk as the leadoff man in the fourth for the Mets. Don Larson with a record of 4 wins and 1 loss. And the first pitch to Charlie is hit on the ground to the third baseman Davenport. A good play, a chance for 2. The throw to second base in time. The throw to first base in the dirt, dug out by Willie McCovey. A double play to end the inning. A fine play by McCovey to complete it. If you're scoring, it went 5-4-3. And the Mets are out in their half of the fourth inning. In the inning, though, the Mets picked up 5 big runs on 4 hits. There was 1 error, and 2 men were left. And the score at the end of 4 innings of play, the Mets 5, the Giants 2.
Defensively now, the Mets have Frank Thomas at first base, Charlie Neal at second, Elio Chacon at short, and Felix Mancilla at third. Rod Canneel in left field. Richie Ashburn in center field, Cliff Cook in right, Chris Canizero the catcher, and Jay Hook is the pitcher. Tom Haller is a left-hand batter. He's been up 1 time and grounded out. Hook in the windup, and the pitch is a curveball missing off the corner for ball 1. A little rhythmic applause has begun here at the Polo Grounds. Swinging a ground ball, full foul and out of play. 1-1 to the Giant catcher. And the pitch is high for a ball. Mike McCormick is now throwing in the bullpen. Left-hander Mike McCormick is throwing in the bullpen for the Giants in the event that Alvin Dark finds a situation where he'll need a pinch hitter here for Larson due up third in this inning. Here's a swing and a drive down the line and right. Going all the way to the wall and going to be played off the wall by Cook. He's up with it, and Haller turns wide at first, comes to a skidding halt. Goes back to the bag at first. That is base hit number 4 for the Giants off Jay Hook. It brings up Jose Pagan, shortstop, who had been up 1 time and flied out to center field. Pagan is a right-hand batter, batting number 8 in the batting order. The Mets lead the Giants 5-2. Jay Hook checks and comes to the plate with a curveball hit on the ground to Mancilla at third. He plays to Charlie Neal for the 4th relay to first. Double play. If you're scoring, it's a 5-4-3 double play from Felix Mantilla at third to Charlie Neal at second to Frank Thomas at first. There are 2 men on it. Bob Neiman is going to come up here to hit for Don Larson. Bob Neiman is going to bat for Don Larson. With left-hander Mike McCormick throwing in the bullpen. Neiman, chunky outfielder, wears glasses, swinging the bat, and here's the announcement. Neiman with 2 bats gets rid of one of them and comes on up now as Chris Canizero is standing a few steps out in front of the plate talking to his battery mate Jay Hook. To this point, the hits are all even. The Giants have 5 and the Mets have 5. That hit by Haller was hit number 5 off of Jay Hook. Here's a pitch swung on and missed by Neiman at the plate for strike 1. Neiman, used in pinch hitting roles principally, swings on a curveball and misses for strike 2. Slow curveball, slipped up there by Jay Hook. This is the first game of a scheduled doubleheader here at the Polo Grounds this Sunday afternoon. The 2-strike pitch from Jay Hook to Neiman is low and away, comes all the way back. Way outside and low. So it's 1-2. Hook was taking no chances on that 0-2 pitch being hit. McCormick continues to throw in the bullpen for the San Francisco Giants now that Don Larson is out of the ball game. In that big bottom half of the fourth, the Giants used 3 pitchers. Here's a pitch to Neiman. Swung on and misses. Jay Hook strikes him out to retire the side. Jay Hook chalking up his first strikeout of the ball game as the Giants in the top of the 5th got no runs on 1 hit, no errors, and none left. In the 4.5 innings of play, the score is the New York Mets 5, the San Francisco Giants 2. Here at the Polo Grounds now, Mike McCormick is coming in to pitch for the San Francisco Giants. Mike McCormick is the 4th Giant pitcher of the day. Larson pitched 2/3 of an inning. Threw 1 double play ball. He gave up no runs, no hits, struck out none, walked none. Mike McCormick, earlier this season, troubled with a sore arm, is making his 17th game appearance of the season. He has started 11 games. He has a record of 4 victories and 3 losses. In 71 1/3 innings, McCormick has given up 74 hits and 43 runs. He has walked 28 and struck out 29. McCormick's earned run average 5.04. He will be facing Cliff Cook, Frank Thomas, and Felix Mantilla up for the Mets in the bottom half of the 5th inning. McCormick first came to the Major League with the New York Giants here at the Polo Grounds in New York. He is a left-hander facing the right-hand batter, Cliff Cook. Looking in for a sign from Tom Haller. He has it now, and here's the pitch. Swung on and full foul on the third base line on the ground. So that will bring Cliff Cook back to the plate. At 23 years of age, Mike McCormick is a Major League veteran. In his 7th season in the majors. Cliff Cook stepping back into the batter's box now, waggling the bat. McCormick deals, and the pitch is high for ball. It's 1-1. In Pittsburgh, the rampaging St. Louis Cardinals have defeated the Pittsburgh Pirates by a score of 3-2 in the first game of a doubleheader. That pitch is low to Cook. 1-2. The biggest winning season Mike McCormick ever had in the major leagues was 1960 when he won 15 and lost 12 for the San Francisco Giants. Last year he won 13 and lost 16. He was on the New York Giants in 56 and 57. Here's a swing and a ground ball. Taking it short by Pagani. Guns it across in time for the out. Cook grinding out Pagani to McCovey. One away and cleanup batter Frank Thomas coming up. Thomas grounded out in the second, but in the bottom half of the fourth, he had a big two-run double and later scored himself. Thomas is getting a hand as he comes up here. St. Louis Cardinals got one run in the top of the 10th to beat the Pirates 3-2 in an extra inning game. That pitch is low. Frank Thomas. Roy Face gets the win for the Pittsburgh Pirates. Lindy McDaniel in relief takes the loss. Fred Whitfield got the home run in the 10th to win it for the Cardinals. There's a fastball in there to Thomas. At the belt, it's 1-1. Pitch is swung on line down the left field line. A fair ball. It's going to roll all the way to the wall. Philippe Lou comes over to play it as Thomas is on his way to second, and he goes in standing as a loose throw is way off the bag. Philippe Lou has thrown the ball erratically around the ballpark. He overthrew the catcher at home plate on one peg, and that one was 15 feet off the bag at second, out towards center field. It is a double for Thomas, who has had doubles in his last two times up. Brings up Felix Mancia, who has walked and singled. The New York Mets lead the San Francisco Giants by a score of 5-2 in the bottom half of the fifth inning. Mike McCormick up into a stretch position. Thomas leads off the bag at second base. And here is the pitch to Mancia. It is low for ball one. Los Angeles Dodgers this afternoon have taken the first game of a doubleheader from the Philadelphia Phillies by a score of 9-1. Again, the pitch to Mancia, taken outside, 2-0. By winning the first game of a doubleheader this afternoon, the Dodgers now have a 5.5 game lead over the third place Pittsburgh Pirates. Both play second games this afternoon in doubleheaders, however. The 2-0 pitch to Mancia. Swung on and fouled out. Change of speed. Chopped it right down on the plate and then off to the right side. It's 2-1. Giants scored 2 runs in the top of the first today to take a 2-0 lead, but the Mets came back to get 5 in the bottom of the fourth, and the Mets lead 5-2. McCormick kicks and fires. High, and it's out 3-1 to Felix Mancia. Billy Pierce, the starting pitcher, and the pitcher of record as far as the Giants are concerned, walked 4 men, 1 in each of the first 4 innings. And in fact, he opened up the third and fourth innings by walking the first man that he faced, Billy Pierce did. Buffalo walked 2 during his brief tenure. 3-1 pitch, and he walked in. So McCormick has walked 1. Mancia going to first. Thomas holding at second. The Mets have runners at first and second. 1 man out, and Rod Kniehl is coming up. Kniehl is up for his first time in this ballgame. Kniehl is hitting .258. He has 2 home runs, one of them a grand slammer, the only grand slammer hit by a New York Met this season. Mike McCormick comes set on the mound, checks and deals, and it's outside for a ball to Rod Keneal. The rookie handyman of the New York Mets is Rod Keneal. Mantia leads at first, Thomas at second. Pitch is swung on and foul back onto the screen and out of play. It's 1-1. Elio Chacon is kneeling in the on-deck circle. Chacon had a 2-run single in the bottom half of the 4th inning. Nice breeze blowing here at the Polo Grounds at this moment. Blowing out toward right center. Left-hander Mike McCormick on the mound. And the 1-1 pitch. Swung on and has to drive down the left field line, and Alou is coming over, can't get it. Thomas held up to see whether or not he was going to make the catch and moves on over to third. The bases are loaded as Mantia goes to second. Keneal is on with a single to left field, and Elio Chacon is coming up. Bases loaded, 1 man out. With the ball hit into left field, Alou made a move for it. Philippe Alou, and Frank Thomas, the base runner at second, had to hold up to see whether or not he's going to be able to get there, so he was able to go only as far as third. Bob Garibaldi is being sent out to the bullpen. Bob Garibaldi, who was signed for a figure estimated variously between $125,000 and $150,000, recently eligible for participation in uniform with the Giants for the first time today, has been sent to the bullpen to warm up. He was the outstanding player in the recent Collegiate World Series at Omaha, pitching for Santa Clara. But to the business at hand, Elio Chacon, choking the bat ever so slightly, in and waiting for a pitch from Mike McCormick. Chacon with a 2-run single. Bottom half of the 4th, the Mets lead 5-2, and they're making a bid for more here in the bottom half of the 5th inning. There's a pitch low and away, dug up on a short hop by Tom Haller, the catcher. Now Bob Garibaldi is warming up in earnest in the bullpen for the San Francisco Giants. The pitch is low, again coming in on a short hop to Elio Chacon. The New York Mets themselves made a bid to sign Garibaldi, as did practically every team in Major League Baseball. One of the convincing facets of the offer by the Giants was that they would bring him to the big club immediately. There's a pitch in there for a called strike at the knees of Elio Chacon. It's 2-1. Frank Thomas is at third, Felix Mantia is at second, and Rod Keneal is at first for the Mets. Mike McCormick is working straight away and with the windup. And the pitch. Swung on as a ground ball back to McCormick. He goes to the plate for the 4th. The relay to first is in time, a double play. To retire the side, as Chacon hits into a 1-2-3 doubleheader if you're scoring. And so, in the bottom half of the 5th, the Mets got no runs on 2 hits, no errors and 2 left, and at the end of 5 full innings of play, the score is the Mets 5, the Giants 2. And now, before we go to the 6th inning, in order to allow our stations to identify themselves, we pause now for station identification.
You are tuned to WGY Schenectady, your New York Mets station. The time, 1 minute past 4 p.m. by the WGY clock.
For the Giants in the top of the 6th, it'll be the head of the batting order. Chuck Killer, Jim Davenport, and Matty Alou. Facing Jay Hook, who started to come all the way for the New York Mets. There's a curveball bending in there for a call strike to the left-hand batter. He's been up twice. He plowed out to right field, and he hit into a double play. New ball is put into play, and umpire Frank Walsh behind the plate fires it out there. Popping leather as Jay Hook takes the throw. The pitch is swung on, and as a ground ball pulled past Frank Thomas at first, it's a fair ball down the line, going all the way to the wall. Chuck Hiller rounds first, heads for second. Cliff Cook kicks the ball around, picks it up, and fires it on in now. And holding at second is Chuck Hiller. Chuck Hiller opening up with a double. Down the line between Thomas and the bag here in the top half of the sixth. Right-hand batter Jim Davenport coming up. He doubled in the first inning and laid it scored. He pops out to shortstop in the third, so he's 1 for 2. Cliff Cook had a little trouble finding the handle out there in right field, but no extra base was taken by Hiller on his play, so there is no error charge there. Hook kicks and fires. A curveball swung on a ground ball to Mantilla at third. Looks the runner back to second, throws to first in time, no advance. One away. Chuck Hiller still at second base, and Matty Alou, the right fielder, is coming up, batting number 3 in manager Alvin Dark's batting order today. Hit by a pitch ball in the first inning. He singled center field in the fourth. 1 for 1, and he has scored 1 run. Matty Alou, younger brother of Philippe Alou. Philippe bats right, Matty bats left. It's the New York Mets 5 and the San Francisco Giants 2 in the first game of a scheduled doubleheader at the Polo Grounds. Jay Hook off the rubber at the moment. Now up and into a set position. Hiller leads off the bag at second. The pitch to the plate is low for ball 1. Matty Alou steps back. Look down to Whitey Lockman, the coach at third, for a sign. Chris Canizero holding one finger aloft, indicating 1 man out. On deck for the San Francisco Giants, their cleanup batter today, Willie Mays. Again, the pitch, and it's a curveball in there for a call strike. 1-1. Outfield defense shaded around toward right. Richie Ashman in center, way over toward right field. On the left-hand batter, Matty Alou. Elio Chacon at short, playing over near the bag. They play him to pull. Hook's pitch inside as he ran up as though to bunt and took it inside. It's 2-1 as Matty Alou moved up in the batter's box on the pitch. With Gil Hodges in the hospital, having undergone surgery for a kidney stone, and he'll be in the hospital 10 days and out of action 4 to 6 weeks. Mets a little strapped at first base, and they have Frank Thomas playing first today in the first game of this doubleheader. Two and one to count to Matty Alou. The pitch is high. It is 3-1. Matty now looks down to Whitey Lockman to see whether or not he is free to rip away on 3-1 or whether he must take. Hiller leads at second. 3-1 pitch. It's right in there. He was taken all the way, and it's 3-2. Trailing by 3 runs. Giants, of course, want base runners any way they can get them right here. With the power coming up in the batting order, Matty Alou to be followed by Willie Mays, Willie McCovey, and Philippe Alou. Jay Hook goes into the stretch and steps off the rubber. That tightens up Hiller at second, and Matty Alou steps out of the batter's box at the plate. he's back in, waggling the bat. Jay Hook shakes off one sign. Now, that's the one he wants. Into the stretch. Here's the payout pitch. Swung on, full foul on the ground. On the first baseline, skipping on into the stands, back of the bag at first. Count holds to Matty Yellow. One man out in this situation. Giants batting in the top half of the sixth inning. Again, Jay Hook is set to work with a payoff pitch, and it's on the way. Curveball swung on a ground ball to Charlie Neal. He is up with it, and he's going to first base in time. Hiller moves to third, and now with two men out, Willie Mays will be coming up. That is the reception given Willie Mays here at the Polo Grounds. And it's mixed. Mays has been up twice. He had a sacrifice fly to drive in a run in the first inning. He fouled out to the catcher in the fourth inning. But ever dangerous in the clutch. Willie Mays with 25 home runs to his credit this season, and that is high in the National League. That's curveball dipping in there for a call. Strike one to Willie Mays. Willie leaned back a little, and that one was bent right in. Hook takes a moment now to straighten out his right trouser's leg, and he is set to continue. Big Willie McCovey now leaning on a bat in the on-deck circle for the Giants as Jay Hook works straight away, winds and fires. That pitch misses outside, and it's 1-1. Mays gets a handful of dirt, comes along the handle of the bat and comes back in. Jay Hook leaning way over to get a sign this time. As it works straight away again on the rubber. The pitch swung on and missed. 1-2, the count to Willie Mays. Again, Hook takes care of the trouser's leg. Apparently it's bothering him a little bit. He gets set for the 1-2 pitch. It misses outside, and Chris Canizero, thinking he might get a call, snaps his wrist and then fires the ball back out to Jay Hook. It's even now to Mays at 2-2. Willie right now hitting 304 for the season. Hook staring over at the base runner, Chuck Hiller, leading off the bag at third. And now he's sent to work the 2-2 pitch to Mays. It is in there for a call, strike three. He struck him out. So Jay Hook, with his second strikeout of the day, caught Willie Mays looking and in the top half. Of the sixth inning, the Giants got no runs on one hit to double by Hiller, no errors. And one man left, so at the end of 5 1/2 innings of play at the Polo Grounds, the score is the New York Mets 5 and the San Francisco Giants 2. We're going down to the bottom half of the sixth inning, and the New York Mets will send up Chris Canizero, Jay Hook, and Richie Ashburn. The Mets leading by a score of 5-2. Jay Hook pitching himself out of what could have been trouble there. As Chuck Hiller led off with a double, moved third on an infield out, and died right there. Chris Canizero, right-hand batter, has been up twice. He singled in the third inning and bunted into fielder's choice in the fourth. There's a pitch in there for a called strike. In the fourth, Canizero laid down a bunt. Throw was made to third. There was an error on the throw, but it was the judgment of the official score that a perfect throw would have nailed the runner, and so it became, instead of a sacrifice, a fielder's choice. Pitch is outside for a ball. It's 1-1. The difference being, of course, that the sacrifice would not count a time at bat, while the fielder's choice does, in the matter of figuring batting averages. 1-1 pitch. Taken high as Canizero started the swing and checked it in time. Game time tomorrow night here at the Polo Grounds, 8 p.m. The Giants and the Mets. Big crowd on hand yesterday for Old Timers Day, and a big crowd on hand for today's Sunday doubleheader. Here's the pitch swung on as a ground ball to short. Taken by Jose Pagan. He plays across to McCovey in time. And Canizero has grounded out short to first. And that will bring up pitcher Jay Hook, who is in the on-deck circle and advancing to the plate right now. Hook comes out to the on-deck circle, and he's getting a hand now as he goes to the plate. He's one of the few pitchers around who makes a habit of coming on out to the on-deck circle when it's his time up next. He's a left-hand batter. Struck out swinging and hit into a force play. Moves up as though to bunt and takes a called strike. Richie Ashburn is now on base for the New York Mets. He has drawn 2 walks in this afternoon's ball game. One of them with the bases loaded to drive in a run. Now, the ball is dragged down the first base line, fielded by McCormick, and he plays over to McCovey in time. A drag bunt by Jay Hook, but he is out 1-3 if you're scoring. 2 away, nobody on for the Mets in the bottom of the 6th, and Richie Ashburn's coming up. It is the New York Mets 5 and the San Francisco Giants 2. McCormick, the 4th Giant pitcher of the day, working on the mound as Ashburn has stepped back and asked Walsh to take a look at the ball, and umpire Frank Walsh does, puts another ball in play and throws that one out. Left-hander Mike McCormick now into the windup. And the fastball coming in high for ball 1. Charlie Neal is on deck for the Mets. Has a called strike to Ashburn. 1-1. Pitch is high for ball. The bottom of the 5th, when the Mets loaded him up on Mike McCormick, Al Darrick had Bob Garibaldi throwing in the bullpen. Did not have to use him as Chacon hit into a double play that got him out of the inning. 2 balls and 1 strike to count to Richie Ashburn. Pitch is high. It's out 3-1 now to Richie. This is the first game of a scheduled doubleheader here at the Polo Grounds this afternoon. This season, the Giants have won 6 doubleheaders, lost 1 and split 1. They have swept 2 previous twin bills from the Mets this season. 3-1 pitch to Ashburn. He walked him, and Ashburn has walked for the 3rd time today. And that will bring up Charlie Neal. Ashburn now has 1,155 career walks. He gets on base. A great, great deal. Charlie Neal hit into a double play, walked, and hit into a double play. Swings and fouls it back onto the screen for strike 1. Cliff Cook next up for the Mets. takes a look over at Richie Ashburn, leading off the bag at first, comes to the plate to Neal. He swings and misses for strike two. "23-year-old Mike McCormick. His 7th season in the Major League. With a two-strike pitch to Neal, swung on, and a little number off the end of the bat down to first baseline, a foul ball. Taken by McCovey in foul territory, halfway to the bag at first. Count holds at 2 strikes. Tom Haller coming back to pick up the mask. He had scurried down the first baseline in pursuit of that foul ball, thinking it might possibly stay fair. Count holds at 2 strikes to Charlie Neal as Ashburn leads at first base. Throw over, and Ashburn is hung up between first and second. McCovey throws now to Hiller. Back to McCovey. It gets by him, and Ashburn's going to second. As a throw to second, he's safe at second base. Chuck Hiller on a throw back winged it past McCovey, and Tom Haller had to back it up. So Ashburn has moved to second. They had him leaning in the wrong direction, and the throw over had him moving towards second. It is scored as an error on Hiller on the throw. An error on Hiller on the throwback, allowing Ashburn to move to second. Count to Charlie Neal is still 2 strikes, but now Ashburn is in scoring position at second base. The Mets lead by score 5-2. That pitch is high for a ball. Jocko Conlon, the umpire at second, takes off his cap, mops his forehead, puts it back on. Working in shirt sleeves today. All the umpires on the bases working in shirt sleeves. McCormick with the 1-2 pitch to Neal. Swung on and fouled off. Out of play. Count holds to Neal. Bob Boland is scheduled to pitch the second game of the doubleheader for the San Francisco Giants, and Bill Hunter is scheduled to work for the New York Mets. Mike McCormick taking a long, long time to get the sign here. Has it? The 1-2 pitch is high. It's 2-2. McCormick now takes off the glove to massage the baseball. Richie Ashburn takes a lead at second. The 2-2 pitch to Neal. Swung on and missed strike 3. McCormick struck him out. That's the third strikeout from Mike. And in the bottom half of the 6th, the Mets are out with no runs on no hits, 1 error, and 1 man left. And at the end of 6 full innings of play, the score is the New York Mets 5, San Francisco Giants 2. And now coming in here to carry you the rest of the way, Bob Murphy.
Willie McCovey leading off in the 7th inning for the San Francisco Giants. Mets out in front by a score of 5-2. 5 runs on 7 hits. The Giants 2 runs on 6 hits. Right in there for a call strike. Now Willie McCovey cocks the bat. In comes the pitch to him, and he pops up a changeup to short left field. Elio Chacon, running across the rim of the outfield grass, has it for the out. Elio was having some trouble with the sun on that one. One away, nobody on. Now top of the 7th inning, up comes Philippe Alou. One out, nobody on. Philippe Alou 0 for 2 in the game on a line drive to third and a long fly hit deep to center that was run down. Takes the pitch high. It's 1 ball, no strikes. Now Hook into his windup. His pitch to Alou. Fastball over, a call strike. 1 ball, 1 strike. Philippe hitting at 324. Alvin Dark has used 4 pitchers: Billy Pierce, Jim Duffalo, Don Larson, and Mike McCormick. Jay Hook has gone all the way for the New York Mets, and the pitch is outside and low. Ball 2, 2 balls and 1 strike. Fans light up a Viceroy and find out what we mean when we say Viceroy's got the taste that's right. Tom Haller is the on-deck hitter. Now Hook delivers 2-1 to Philippe Alou, and it's outside. Ball 3, 3-1. Whitey Lockman coaching at third, and Wes Westrom is coaching at first. Now Jay cranks. In comes his 3-1 pitch. A strike on the outside corner. Philippe Alou had taken a step toward first, and Frank Walsh brings him back. Night game with San Francisco tomorrow night. Tuesday, an off day. Midweek doubleheader on Wednesday at 1:30 against the sizzling Pittsburgh Pirates. They were cooled off a little bit in the opening game today with St. Louis. Cardinals winning on a 10th-inning home run by Fred Whitfield. Cut on and foul. Back over our broadcasting booth and out of play. Full count on Philippe Alou, 3-2. 1 out, nobody on, top of the 7th inning. Hook winds, in comes the pitch. Curve, swung and missed. He struck him out. That's number 3 for Jay Hook. He now has struck out 3 of the last. Well, he did not get a strikeout until the 5th inning. 1 in the 5th, 1 in the 6th, and now 1 in the 7th. The batter is Tom Haller. He singled to right field his last time up. Left-handed batting catcher takes a slow breaking pitch low. 1 ball and no strike. Now Jay Perrigan takes his sign from Canizero, and the pitch to Haller is over at the knees for a call strike. 1 ball, 1 strike. That's trying for their first victory here at the Polo Grounds over the Giants. San Francisco winning the first 4 games played. Now the 1-1 delivery, and it's up high, ball 2. Up toward the backstop. Canizero running back, near the backstop, has no play. Ball is up on the screen, out of his reach, and the count is even now at 2-2. Art Mahaffey of the Phillies is staging a remarkable comeback this year. Even count now, 2-2 on Tom Haller. Hook's pitch to him. Inside and low, it's ball 3, and the string is out, 3-2. Jose Pagan is the on-deck batter. Nothing going in either bullpen. The Mets out in front, 5-2, and we're in the 7th inning. Mets scored 5 runs in the 4th inning. Now the payoff pitch, and it's up high, ball 4, and Haller walks. That is the first walk given up by Jay Hook. The first game is over now in Milwaukee. Lou Burdett pitched a 5-hit shutout, and the Braves beat Cincinnati 5-0 with Jim Maloney the losing pitcher. Cubs lead Houston 3-1 at the end of 3.5 in the first game in Houston. The warm-ups for the second game in Pittsburgh, Curt Simmons for the Cardinals and Earl Francis for the Pirates. Simmons 8-5 on the year and Francis 5-5. Pagan bunts the ball off the mound quickly. Jay Hook, he picks it up. He throws hard. Out at first on a close play. Jose Pagan trying to bunt for a hit, but Jay Hook throws him out. In the seventh inning, the Giants go down with no runs, no hits, no errors, one left on. And now at the end of 6.5 innings, the score here at the Polo Grounds, the Mets 5 and the Giants 2. Now New York will have the heart of the batting order coming up against southpaw Mike McCormick in the last half of the seventh inning. Giants winding up the series with a night game tomorrow night starting at 8 o'clock here at the Polo Grounds. Then Danny Murtaugh and the Pittsburgh Pirates featuring Roberto Clemente will be coming in on Wednesday and Thursday for a day doubleheader Wednesday at 1:30 and a twilighter Thursday evening at 6 p.m. Roberto Clemente, the right fielder of the Pirates and the defending National League batting champion, got off to a slow start offensively this year, but how he has been hitting the last 6 or 7 weeks. He starts today only 1 point behind the Dodgers' Tommy Davis for the National League lead. Clemente starting the afternoon, batting at .350. Now Cliff Cook is up against Mike McCormick. Fastball over, strike one call. Cliff has 1 hit and 3 times up. He singled in that big fourth inning. Now the pitch on the way. Outside and low, 1 ball and 1 strike. The first game is over now at Metropolitan Stadium in the Twin Cities, and the Minnesota Twins down the Boston Red Sox 5-3. Lee Stang the winner in relief, and Don Swall the loser. The 1-1 pitch, swing and a miss. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Next pitch on the way, a grounder hit down to third. Fielding at Davenport, he pegs to McCovey, and Cliff is out. Cook retired on a grounder, third to first. 1 away, nobody on now, bottom half of the seventh. On to hit will be Frank Thomas. Frank has swung a big bat in the game with 2 doubles and 3 times up. His first double knocked 2 runs in and tied the game 2-2. Then Elio Chacon singled with the bases loaded, driving 2 more in to make it 4-2. Richie Ashburn walked with the bases loaded, forcing in the 5th run of the game for the Mets. Outside and low, it's ball 1. First game is over in Cleveland. The Baltimore Orioles used 4 home runs to back up Chuck Estrada in beating Cleveland 6-4. Fastball outside. Ball 2, 2-0 on Frank Thomas. Now McCormick winds and throws. A line drive sinking into left field for a base hit, his 3rd of the game. Running toward the line is Philippe Alou, and he whips the ball back in quickly. So Frank Thomas has his 3rd hit of the game. That's the 3rd hit given up by Mike McCormick in relief, and it brings up Felix Mantilla. Mantilla has a perfect day going. Felix has been up 3 times, walked twice, and singled to center field. Ball 1, the breaking ball taken, down low and inside. Now McCormick up in pitching position, checks Thomas. Fastball right in there for a call strike. 1 ball and 1 strike. Mantilla hitting at 275. One and 1 the count on Mantilla, and a throw to first by McCormick, not in time. McCormick had Ashburn picked off in the 6th inning, but in the rundown, second baseman Chuck Hiller made a bad throw, and Ritchie went on to second. Throw to first. Thomas getting back. Oh, I hear the phone ring. I guess we missed the station break. Now the 1-1 pitch. Foul ball back over the press box and out of play. 1 ball and 2 strikes. So after Felix takes his turn at bat, we'll give our stations a chance to identify. Right here, we're in the home 7th inning. New York 5, San Francisco 2. Mike McCormick getting his sign from Tom Haller. Thomas on first, 1 man out. The pitch to Mantilla, grounded foul in behind Salihimas. So the count remains at 1-2 on Mantilla. The Mets have a game with the Giants tomorrow night, then the 2 doubleheaders with the Pirates Wednesday and Thursday, then they hit the road. Their next road trip will take them to Cincinnati, Milwaukee, and St. Louis. It will be the first time the Mets have been in St. Louis since opening day of the season. Outside and high, it's 2-2 on Felix Mantilla. Mike McCormick, a very slow worker on the mound, is now up in pitching position. And he throws over to first base. Mets hoping that they can break out and get some more runs to go with. Hit down the right field line, another foul ball. This will be into the crowd in the upper deck. Rod Keneal is the on-deck batter, and then Elio Chacon. Good ball game going with the Mets in front, 5-2. We're in the last half of the 7th inning. Jose Pagan astride toward the hole at short, playing at double play depth against Felix Mantilla, and Chuck Hiller shades toward second. Now the pitch by McCormick, and it's fouled again. No play as this one heads back up toward the roof. So once again, it's 2-2. While the new ball is being worked up, we'll take the time now to pause for station identification.
This is WGY Schenectady, 810 on your dial, where the time is 21 minutes before 5 and the temperature 81 degrees.
Bob Murphy with Lindsey Nelson and Ralph Cantor from the Polo Grounds. The batter is Mantilla facing Mike McCormick, and the count 2 balls and 2 strikes. A ground ball hit towards second. Hiller flips the ball to Pagan. There's one. Pagan to first. Out at first. Double play. Mighty close play at first base. Tuki Lavagento discussing it with Ken Burkhardt. But the Giants click off another double play, their third of the game. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, none left on. And now 7 innings complete, and the score, the Mets 5 and the Giants 2. For those of you who may have joined us late, the New York Mets have lost the services of Gil Hodges for possibly as long as a month. For Gil underwent surgery for removal of a kidney stone at Roosevelt Hospital today. All of us certainly want to send along our very best wishes to Gil. Gil will be confined for probably 10 to 14 days after surgery. Now Harvey Keene is coming out to bat for Mike McCormick in the top of the 8th inning. Mike McCormick in relief. Worked 3 innings, allowed no runs, scattered 3 hits, walked 2, and struck out 1. And now in the bullpen, the Giants have Juan Marichal warming up. And they also have Bob Garibaldi warming up. Outside and high, it's ball 1. Hard-hitting Harvey, batting at .312 on the year. Here's the wind-up pitch by Hook, and it's a strike on the outside corner. 1 ball, 1 strike. Bob Garibaldi is in uniform during the game and on the roster for the first time. Zipped in there by Hook. Strike 2. 1-2 now on Harvey Keene. Harvey hitting for Mike McCormick. We're in the 8th inning with the Mets in front in the opener of this twin bill, 5-2. Harvey, a lifetime 300 hitter. The 1-2 delivery, a ground ball on the right side of the diamond. To his left is Charlie Neal. He pegs over to Thomas in time, getting Harvey Keene. 1 away, nobody on. Now in the 8th inning, it's the top of the batting order for the Giants, and they'll have their second baseman, Chuck Hiller, batting. He doubled his last time up. 1 hit and 3 trips. Hiller hitting at .273. In comes the pitch by Jay. Good pitch off the fist is foul back, strike 1. Chuck Hiller, the young Giants second baseman, is from Johnsburg, Illinois. Now the pitch on the way, a foul ball back, and the count goes strike 2. The second game in Philadelphia, the Dodgers and Phils are tied 1-1 in the second. 1 ball and 2 strikes now on second baseman Chuck Hiller. Jim Davenport is on deck with Matty Alou to follow. This is game 12 between the Mets and Giants this year. A 1-2 pitch by Jay Hook. He just got a piece of that one, a foul ball in the dirt. So the count remains 1-2. Umpire Frank Walsh examines the ball, lets it stay in play. Now Jay over the head. Down comes the arm. A long drive that's foul. Up in the upper deck, out of play. He teed off on that one, but got too far out in front, and it was foul by a fairly wide margin. Count remains at 1 ball and 2 strikes on Chuck Hiller. Well, either the ace of the Giant mound staff, Juan Marichal, or one of the wealthiest young men in the country, Bob Garibaldi, will be coming on to pitch. Ground ball on the right side, running to his left, Charlie Neal. He fields it on the rim of the grass. Throws to first, 2 down. Well, we ought to try to borrow a few bucks from that fella. He's got some money.
No one knows for sure what he did get this time, but they talk about 150,000. It's up there pretty good. Well, I'll say one thing. If you go to college, you learn an awful lot.
Yes, indeed. Well, he was voted the outstanding player in the College World Series at Omaha, Nebraska. Jim Davenport, the hitter, and the pitch is ball one. Jim has 1 for 3, doubled in the first inning. Bob Garibaldi is a very impressive young man to talk to. Tall, well-muscled right-hander with a good fastball. Breaking ball over on the outside corner. 1 ball, 1 strike. We're in the 8th inning, 2 outs and nobody on. Mets leading 5-2. Matty Alou is on deck with Willie Mays to follow. The 1-1 delivery. A little bit outside. Ball 2-2-1. Veteran Roy Sievers cracked a home run in the second inning at Philadelphia to tie the Dodgers. They're 1-1 now at the end of 2 innings. Ortega against Mahaffey. And Sievers, after probably the slowest start in his career, has really been hitting for the last month for the Philadelphia Phils. A number of the real good hitters in baseball got off very slow this year, but they're all hitting and hitting very well now. The old saying, the cream rises to the top. Foul ball off the plate, back toward the dugout. You know, Ralph, over that first month or 5 weeks, Roberto Clemente and Frank Robinson couldn't buy a hit.
Robinson, I remember in Cincinnati, was really down. He was in the hundreds. But you know, the good hitters, they all come up to the top. The cream separates from the milk, and before the season's over, if you're going to do it, you're going to do it.
Now the 2-2 pitch, a fly ball looped to short right field. This is going to be in for a base hit. Running to the line for it is Cliff Cook, and on his way to second is Davenport. He's in with a Texas League double down the right field line. Seven hits in the game now for San Francisco, and Matty Alou comes up. Matty Alou has been hit by a pitch, single to center, and grounded out second to first. Another veteran off to a slow start this year, who now is well over the 300 mark, is Henry Aaron. Now Jay up in pitching position. The batter is Matty Alou. Davenport on second. Lined hard, but it'll be foul down the right field line and into the corner. Carl Warwick hit a 2-run homer off Bob Buell in the 4th inning in Houston. Beg your pardon, and the Colt 45s tied the Chicago Cubs 3-3 at the end of 4. Pitch to Matty Alou, a foul ball, back to the screen, no play. The Cardinals got 2 runs on Earl Francis in the first inning at Pittsburgh. At the end of 1, St. Louis 2, Pittsburgh nothing. The Cardinals won the opener on a 10th inning home run by Fred Whitfield. They won it 3-2. Now Jay Hook with a 2-strike count on Matty Alou. Davenport on second, 2 down. We're in the top of the 8th inning. Now Jay makes the slow stretch. The 1-second stop. Here's the pitch. Breaking ball way outside. 1 ball and 2 strikes. One and 2 the count on Matty Alou. Matty hitting at 263. They play him around to right as a pull hitter. Ground ball slashed towards short. Backhanded by Chacon. The throw to third. Safe. Everybody's on. And so Willie Mays comes up with runners on first and third. Elio Chacon made a glittering play in the field to backhand that grounder hit toward the hole. And he threw to Mantilla. The throw was going to be there in time to get Davenport. But Mantilla, who had made a run on the grounder, was off the bag and not in a position to tag out Davenport. And so it goes as a base hit. And now Willie is up, representing the tying run at bat with 2 men down. Mays knocked in a run, his 82nd of the year, in the first with a fly ball to center. Since then, Willie has fouled out to Canizero and taken a call third strike. Willie 0 for 2 in the game, batting at .303. Now Jay Hook off the stretch. Down comes his pitch. Just off the outside corner, it's ball 1. Now Bob Miller and Ray Davio are up and throwing in the bullpen for the New York Mets. When the Mets beat the Giants in Candlestick Park, it was Bob Miller who came on to pitch the 8th and 9th innings and protect the lead. Now Hook is ready. The pitch to Mays. Outside, ball 2. Now Canizero moves out to the mound to give Hook a chance to catch his breath. The always dangerous Willie McCovey waiting on deck. Spot in the game right here for the New York Mets. Giants runners at the corners, 2 men down. Mays the hitter. The 2-0 pitch. Ball 3 outside and low. And now Hook is behind on Willie, 3-0, and Mays is checking with Whitey Lockman to see if he has the green light. Willie McCovey crouched on deck. Now Mays back in the batter's box to count 3-0. And the pitch to him. He swings a line drive to left field, coming in fast and making the catch, Keneal. Rod Keneal sprinting in to short left field to grab the liner hit by Willie Mays, and the side is out. Willie hit a 3-0 pitch, lined it hard, but Keneal came in fast to grab it. Side retired in the 8th inning. No runs, 2 hits, no errors, 2 left on. Now at the end of 7.5 innings, the score, the Mets 5 and the Giants 2. Well, those here at the Polo Grounds now will be watching the debut of Bob Garibaldi. Bob Garibaldi, who was signed for a tremendous bonus by the San Francisco Giants, played for the Santa Clara Broncos this year. In the College World Series at Omaha, his team went all the way to the finals. And he was voted the outstanding player in the college tournament at Omaha. Every big league ball club was after Garibaldi, including the New York Mets, who made him a very, very attractive offer, but Garibaldi simply preferred to remain in his own backyard. So Bob Garibaldi, big, hard-throwing right-hander. He signed out of his sophomore season. The Santa Clara baseball team produced 2 very big bonus ball players. Ernie Fazio, the shortstop, was signed for a reported $80,000 by the Houston Colt 45. So here is Bob Garibaldi, all set to pitch to Rod Keneal. Rod has 1 for 1. He singled to left field in the 5th inning. Fastball right in there, strike 1 call. Anytime a player comes up to the major leagues, everybody takes a look at him, and right away you'll hear him say, well, he reminds me of so-and-so, or he looks like so-and-so. Just to look at him out there on the mound, he reminds me a lot of Dick Donovan. Now the windup. In comes the pitch to Cannell. Tried a breaking ball outside and low. 1 ball, 1 strike. Elio Chacon is on deck, and then Chris Canizaro. The 1-1 pitch, and the ball is bunted, pounced on by Tom Haller. He pegs to first in time. Cannell trying to bunt his way on, but that bunt just kind of spun right out in front of home plate. One away, nobody on now in the last of the 8th inning, and the hitter is Elio Chacon. The Giants in their 9th inning will have Willie McCovey, Felipe Alou, and Tom Haller coming up against Jay Hook. Swing and a miss on a fastball that he threw by Elio Chacon. Bob Garibaldi celebrating his first day in uniform and on the roster of the San Francisco Giants. And Al Dark wasting no time in pressing him into service. Call strike. Indicates the kind of confidence that Alvin has in this young right-hander when he puts him in this kind of a ball game. 5-2, a ball game the Giants still have a chance to win. Little Elio has 1 for 2. A fly ball looped to short right field. Getting under the ball is Matty Alou, and Matty makes the catch over near the line. So there are 2 away, and before Canizaro comes up, we'll step out for station identification.
You're tuned to WGY Schenectady, your New York Mets station. The time in 15 seconds, 5 p.m. by the WGY clock.
Well, the man says it's 88 degrees. Just a nice summer day. Summertime and the living is easy. Ralph says, oh, yeah? Outside and low, it's ball 1. Our Ralph Kinder is a mighty busy man on these homestands here at the Polo Grounds with his pre- and his post-game shows and his play-by-play action. Foul ball back up toward the press box. It's out of play. 1-1 on Chris Canizaro. Last of the 8th inning, Mets lead 5-2. Bob Garibaldi making his big league debut is on the mound for the San Francisco Giants. Here's the 1-1 pitch. Up high. He checks up on it. Ball 2, 2-1. He was quick with that one. In comes the 2-1 pitch. And it's over. Strike 2 call. 2-2 on Chris Canizaro. Jay Hook out on the on-deck circle trying to size up Bob Garibaldi. Garibaldi is the 5th pitcher used in this game by Alvin Dark. Billy Pierce was the starter. The Mets chased him when they scored their 5 runs and sent 10 men to the plate in the 4th inning. Strike 3 called. Canizaro is called out. And it's a very impressive inning for Bob Garibaldi. Ball was dropped, thrown down to first, and the side is out. No runs, no hits, no errors, none left on. Garibaldi getting a hand as he comes into the dugout. The youngster made a very, very impressive debut.
Jay Hook working in the top of the 9th with a 3-run lead. And Jay, who stopped the 9-game losing streak for the Mets at the beginning of the year, and also a fellow who stopped the 7-game losing streak, swung on and fouled away. Strike 1. 1 ball, 1 strike. In the bullpen for the Mets, Ray Davio and Bob Miller throwing easily. Now Jay Hook with the 1-1 pitch. A slow curve hits sharply down to first base. Frank Thomas finds it, goes over to first base and makes the play. And Frank Thomas on that smash by McCovey didn't know he had the ball. It was a one-hopper. He made a fine play to just get the glove on the ball, but it stuck in the web, and he made the play all by himself. A hard hit ball and one out. And now the batter is Felipe Lou. Well, Jay Hook in the last inning got Willie Mays on a 3-0 line drive to left field with 2 men on. Willie representing the time run in that case. Now the second man he has pitched to, including Mays, has sharply grounded out to first. There's the first pitch to Lou. Swing and a miss for strike one. Lou 0 for 3. He lined out the third, flied out to center field, and struck out. Batting from the right-hand side as Jay Hook comes in with a 1-strike pitch. A bouncing ball hit down to short. A 2-hopper. She's going up and over to first base in time. So Jay Hook now a pitch away from a 5-2 win. And coming up with 2 men out here in the top of the 9th inning, Tom Holler, the catcher. Tom has singled, walked, and grounded out. 1 for 2. Now Hook into the windup for his first pitch to Holler. Set deep to right field. It's going to go all the way, and there it goes. A home run for Holler. Tom Holler with his 8th home run of the year, and that pulls the score up to 5-3. Mets now with a 2-run lead, and the batter, a pinch hitter, Ed Bailey. Well, that run not too important to Jay. With the Giants trailing by 3 runs, Jay was just trying to get the ball in there to make sure that he did not walk him. And Holler, given the go sign, swung away and picked up a home run. It's 5-3 now as Ed Bailey, batting for Jose Pagan, steps in the batting box. Bailey, a left-handed batter. He's batting .231 with 14 home runs and 36 runs batted in. And the first pitch to the left-hander is a strike call. Bailey with his 14 home runs this year, topping his last year total of 13 by 1. The pitcher's the scheduled batter, but he undoubtedly will not hit if Bailey gets on. There's a check and a swing. It cost him a strike. Strike 2. So Jay Hook with 2 strikes and a pitch away from picking up his 7th victory of the year. Stu Miller throwing easily in the bullpen for the Giants, hoping they can tie. Now the windup for the 2-strike pitch. A slow curveball that's outside. Ball 1. 1 ball and 2 strikes on Ed Bailey. Orlando Cepeda swinging the bat in the on-deck circle. Now time call as Canizero runs out to the mound to talk to Jay. So if Bailey gets on, the Giants have their big slugger, Orlando Cepeda, in the on-deck circle, ready the bat. He did not play today, being rested due to a hitting slump. Yesterday he was a pinch hitter against the Phils and picked up a base hit. 5-3 game, Mets lead it. As Hook goes in for the 1-2 pitch, a curveball just missing low, ball 2. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Balls and 2 strikes and 2 outs. Top of the 9th inning. As Hook swings and returns to the plate. Curveball, got him looking. Strike 3. Jay Hook picking up his 7th win of the year as the Mets win it 5-3. And striking out Ed Bailey to end the inning after a home run by Tom Holler. In the inning for the Giants, 1 run on 1 hit. No errors, 1 man left. And the final score of the ball game, the Mets 5 runs on 8 hits, no errors. The Giants 3 runs on 9 hits. They made 2 errors. And now a word for pipe smokers.
Pipe smokers, relax in a man's world with Sir Walter Raleigh, the quality pipe tobacco. Now in the pouch pack. Keeps 44% fresher.
Smells grand, packs right, smokes sweet, can't fight, and now it's packed in a pouch.
Relax in a man's world with mild Sir Walter Raleigh. You'll enjoy it from the first pipeful because Sir Walter Raleigh's pouch pack keeps tobacco 44% fresher than old-fashioned tin cans. You can feel the tobacco is kept fresh and moist by the Sir Walter Raleigh pouch pack. Fills easier, doesn't spill, and talk about aroma.
Smells grand, packs right, smokes sweet, can't fight, and now it's packed in a pouch.
Smoke Sir Walter Raleigh. Choice Kentucky Burley Extra Aged. Now kept 44% fresher in the pouch pack.
Well, the New York Mets picked up their first win over the San Francisco Giants here in the Polo Grounds, as Jay Hook picked up his 7th victory of the year. The Giants got out to a 2-run lead in the first inning, but then the Mets bounced back with 5 runs in the 4th inning as they sent 10 men to the plate. And in that inning, the Giants, with starter Billy Pierce on the mound, knocked him out. The Mets knocked out Pierce, and then Jim Duffalo came in, and then following Duffalo was Don Larson. So the Mets scored 5 runs in the 4th inning, their entire run total. Got out in front 5-2, and they held on until the 9th inning when the Giants picked up 1 more and a home run by Tom Haller, and the final score of the ball game 5-3 in favor of the Mets. The Mets 5 runs on 8 hits, no errors, 6 men left. The Giants 3 runs, 9 hits, 2 errors. They left 5 on. The winning pitcher, Jay Hook, his record now 7-9. The losing pitcher was Billy Pierce. He now has won 8 and lost 3. Billy making his first start since June the 14th when he was spiked by Don Blasingame in a ball game. So we're about set to go in this second game. Well, let's check the starting lineups for the Giants. They've made some switches in their lineup. Harvey Keene will lead off and play in right field. Batting second at third base, Jim Davenport. In the third position, moved up from cleanup, in center field, Willie Mays. And back in the starting lineup, after 2 days of rest from starting, the first baseman, Orlando Cepeda. Batting fifth, playing in left field, Felipe Lou. The sixth batter will be a newcomer to the San Francisco Giants, John Orsino. John just getting out of the service. He'll be catching the cards. Batting seventh, playing shortstop, Jose Fagan. In the eighth position in the batting order, at second base, Ernie Bowman. And batting ninth, and pitching, right-hander Bob Boland. Now checking the starting lineup for the New York Mets. Leading off and playing in right field, Richie Ashburn. Batting second and playing in center field, Rod Cannell. Batting in the third position, playing at third base, Felix Mantilla. Batting fourth in left field, Frank Thomas. Batting in the fifth position and playing at first base, Marv Throneberry. Batting sixth and playing second base, Charlie Neal. Batting in the seventh position and playing shortstop, Elio Chacon. Batting in the eighth position and catching, Joe Pignatano. And on the mound for the Mets, left-hander Bill Hunter. The umpires for the second game, Ken Burkhart behind home plate. At first base, Jocko Conlon. At second base, Chris Pellicudis. And umpiring at third base, Frank Waltz. You know, if you haven't heard the news, we're sorry to report that Gil Hodges was operated on this afternoon for the removal of a kidney stone, and Gil will be in the hospital for 10 days. He's at the Roosevelt Hospital. The doctor who operated on Gill, Baron Snyder. And Gill will be out of the starting lineup for the Mets from about 4 to 6 weeks. Now the first pitch of the game by Bill Hunter, and it's low for ball 1 to Harvey Keene. Harvey did not play in the first game. He was a pinch hitter and did not get a base hit. He bats on the right-hand side, and pitch number 2 is a called strike. 1 ball, 1 strike to Harvey. Harvey batting .312 for the year. He has 3 home runs and 37 runs batted in. And Hunter throws a fastball, hit sharply down to Neal. He's in front of it, takes it, throws to first base for the first out of the game. With Harvey Keene down, Jim Davenport steps in. Jim played in the first game, had 2 hits, a double to left field and a bloop double to right and 4 times up. Batting from the right-hand side, and Bill Hunter's first pitch fastball. It's bounced down to Vantier, moves to his left, takes the short hop, comes up with it, throws to first base in time, out number 2. For the Mets, defensively, it's Mars Throneberry at first base. At second base, Charlie Neal. At shortstop, Eli Chacon. At third base, Felix Mantilla. In the outfield, Frank Thomas, Rod Keneal, and Richie Ashburn left to right. Now the batter is Willie Mays. Willie 0 for 3 in the first game. He drove in a run, his 82nd of the year with a sacrifice fly in the first inning. And he takes low for ball 1. Willie, his last time up, lined out the left field with 2 men on base on a 3-0 pitch. It was the hardest ball he had hit all day. The 1-0 pitch by Hunter. Down low, ball 2. Mays batting .302 with 25 home runs and 82 runs batted in. Now Bill in the windup and back to Mays with a fastball. It's lined to right, a base hit. Ball bouncing off the wall. Ashburn is there. Mays going for 2. There's the throw. The slide, the tag in time. He's out. Fine throw by Richie Ashburn to Elio Chacon. 9-6, and Mays was out fairly easily. And that retires the side in the inning for the Giants in the top half. No runs on 1 hit. No errors and no one left. And the score at the end of a half inning of play, the Giants nothing with the Mets coming to bat. Say, did you ever notice how a manager juggles his lineup until he comes up with a winner? He keeps moving his players around until he finds the right man for the right position. Well, it makes sense in filter cigarettes, too. Smoke all 7 leading filter cigarettes, and I'll bet your taste will tell you to stick with Viceroy. Because some cigarettes taste too strong, like they didn't have a filter at all. Others taste too light. They take all the fun and flavor out of smoking. But Viceroy tastes the way you like a filter cigarette to taste. Not too strong, not too light. Viceroy's got the taste that's right. Viceroy in the familiar softback or the exclusive new slide top case.
You've heard about the filter on this cigarette, but the Viceroy taste is the best thing yet.
He means Viceroy tastes the way you'd like a filter cigarette to taste. Not too strong.
Not too light. Viceroy's got the taste that's right.
That's right.
That's right.
Bottom half of the first inning, no score, and the Mets come in the bat for the first time. It'll be Richie Ashburn, Rod Keneal, and Felix Mantilla against Bob Boland. Bob Boland, a big, tall right-hander, 6'4", 200 pounds, from Hickory Grove, South Carolina. On the mound, his record 3-0. He is 1-0 against the Mets. He has a lifetime record of 5 wins and 2 losses in the major leagues. And he looks in for his first sign. And here comes the first pitch. Fastball outside, ball 1. Richie Ashburn batting as leadoff man for the New York Mets. Mets won the first game 5-3 as Jay Hook went all the way. Richie in that first game had 3 walks. And he now has surpassed Max Bishop in the career walk total. for Major League ball players. Next pitch to Richie, outside and high, ball 2. 2 balls and no strikes. Richie batting .297 right up to this moment. 6 home runs and 21 runs batted in. And he takes high again for ball 3. Bob Boland. 3-0 to Richie Ashburn, his first man. On deck is Rod Keneal. Now Boland shaking off the 3-0 sign. That's a pretty good one. Says yes and comes in 3-0. And it's high again for ball 4. Richie walks for the 4th time today. That gives the Mets a leadoff runner at first base and brings up Rod Keneal. Rod batting .264. 2 home runs and 10 runs batted in. Keneal batting from the right-hand side. Shadow out between home plate and the pitcher's mound. The rest of the field in sunlight. And the first pitch to Rod is a curveball over, strike 1 call. So Bob Boland, missing with 4 straight fastballs, switches to the curve and comes in for his first strike of the game. And the 1-strike pitch to Keneal, a strike called in the inside corner for strike 2. Rod playing in center field in this game. He did not start the first game. He went in place of Gene Woodling, who was a pinch hitter and who picked up a walk as a pinch hitter for the starting left fielder, Joe Christopher. And a quick 2-strike pitch. It swung on and popped up in foul territory. Cepeda coming over has a chance at it. Now makes the grab, and he can't get his glove on it to hold it. Cepeda looked as though he was under the ball. Then he took one last look to find out where the stand was. And when he looked up again, he couldn't find the ball in time to make the grab. So the count remains at 0-2 on Rod Keneal. Rod batting from the right-hand side, deep in the batter's box, waiting for Bob Boland to get his sign from his catcher, John Orsino. And again to throw to first, this one chasing Ashburn back. He gets back easily. The 2-strike pitch. Swung on, popped up back at third. It could drop in, going back to the shortstop. He can't get to it. It's a base hit. Richie Ashburn now trying for third, makes it there. The throw goes wild, and moving on down to second base. With Boland picking up the ball is Rod Keneal. But now the Mets have runners at second and third and no one out, and it scored a 2-base hit. Rod Keneal fooled on the curveball, just got a piece of the ball and dunked it over the third baseman's head about 15 feet from the foul line. Jose Pagan, the shortstop, couldn't get to it. Felipe Alou, the left fielder, had no chance. The ball dropped in for a 2-base hit. And now Felix Mantilla comes to bat for the first time with runners at second and third and no one out. No score in the game, bottom half of the first. First pitch to Mantilla, bounced down to third. Ashburn now on a rundown play as the play comes home. The throw back to the shortstop covering and the tag. Ball gets away, and now the throw coming home as Ashburn tries to score, and he is out. That was a bouncing ball down to the third baseman. Ashburn, trying to come home, was caught in a rundown play. The third baseman, Jim Davenport, picked the ball up and threw it home to the catcher, Johnny Orsino. Orsino then ran Ashburn back towards third base. Moving over to third from second base was Rod Keneal, and as Ashburn got near the bag, the throw from the catcher went to the shortstop, Jose Pagan. He started to tag Ashburn, then dropped the ball, and with the ball getting away, Ashburn started to come on in again. The ball was picked up and thrown to the pitcher covering it home, and Ashburn was out. Moving over to third on the play, Rod Keneal, and down to second on the rundown was Felix Mantilla. So the Mets are no worse off. They still have runners at second and third with one out. Doc Bowman, the trainer for the Giants, out to take a look at Pagan. Evidently, he was hit by the throw from the catcher. The throw being obscured from view, and it hit him evidently in the face as it rolled away after hitting him. He's okay, though. He's in the game. And begun now out at shortstop. And the Mets with one out and Frank Thomas to bat have runners at second and third. If you're scoring, the play went 5-2-6-1. And the windup and the first pitch to Thomas. Swung on and missed, strike one. Frank in the first ball game had 3 hits and 4 times up. 2 doubles, one of the doubles driving in 2 runs. He now has a total of 52 RBIs for the year. And, of course, he leads the club in home runs with 15. Rod Ganil at third base. Felix Mantilla at second. And the pitch back to Thomas, line down the left field line. Here comes 1 run. Here comes 2. And now the throw to second base holds Thomas at first. And the Mets go out in front 2-0. Frank Thomas picking up his 3rd and 4th RBIs of the day. He now has 54, and the batter is now Marv Groenberry. Marv, a left-handed batter, batting .246. He did not play in the first game. And the first pitch to Marv bounced down to first. Cepeda takes the ball in fair territory, loses it, picks it up, tags first base in time. And moving on down to second base on the play at first, Frank Thomas. Cepeda took that ball as he moved in right on the line, and in this anxiety to throw to second base after tagging first, he never did get hold of it. He spun around, finally picked the ball up, and then had to make the play at first. 2 outs now, and Charlie Neal, the batter. Charlie Neal, a right-hander, batting .255. Thomas at second base with 2 outs, and the first pitch to Neal hit deep to center field. Mays back there, waits, and he puts it in the basket for out number 3. In the inning for the Mets, 2 runs on 2 hits. There were no errors, 1 walk, 1 man left. And the score at the end of 1 inning to play. The Mets 2, the San Francisco Giants, nothing. And the first pitch to Orlando Cepeda, driven high and deep to center field. Canil back by the warning track, and he makes the catch for out number 1. Orlando Cepeda batting for the first time, flying out to deep center field. And the Mets out in front 2-0 with Philippe Alou coming to bat. Top half of the second inning. Also in the American League, Washington won. The Angels nothing to 4.5. Burnside and Gerber, the pitchers in that one. Baltimore defeated Cleveland 6-4 in the first game of a doubleheader. No score in the second through 4. First pitch to Alou is a strike call at the knees. Strike 1. In that second game at Cleveland, Fisher pitching for Baltimore, Ramos scoring for the Indians. And the White Sox out in front of Detroit 3-2 through 7 innings of play, a game that was held up by rain. White Sox are red hot. There's a pitch down low to Philippe Alou for ball 1. 1 ball, 1 strike. Nishwich now pitching for the Tigers against Dean Stone for the White Sox. Home run by Fernandez, giving Detroit a run in the top of the 7th. 3-2 Chicago. Minnesota defeated Boston 5-3. Fastball to Alou is fouled away. Strike 2. Minnesota 5 runs, 6 hits, 1 error. Boston 3 runs, 7 hits, 1 error. The winning pitcher in that one was Stange in relief. The losing pitcher Swall. Bagliaroni a home run the second with 2 on. Second game postponed because of rain. And that brings you up to date in the scores. Now the left-hander back to Alou, and this one's flying to right field, a base hit. Ashburn coming over, takes the ball as it skids on, almost getting through, and holding Alou at first base. That ball hit the grass and shot out to the left side, and Ashburn just got his glove on it to keep it from going through. Second hit of the game off from Hunter, and with 1 out, the batter is John Orsino. This is Orsino's first time at bat this year, just getting out of the service. Big right-handed batter. And the first pitch to him is fouled down in the dirt. Strike 1. Orsino was released from the service, the Army Reserves. He's been in there since last October. He was released yesterday, and he, along with Bob Garibaldi, who pitched well in the first game, joining the club for the first time today. Fastball by Hunter is high, ball 1. One ball, one strike. One out as Bill Hunter works on the mound. Back to the plate, low for ball 2. 2 balls and 1. Hunter last year pitched at Omaha in the American Association. He appeared in 66 games, all in relief. And the 2-1 pitch is low at the knees, called strike 2. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Looks like Waddy Lockman's in trouble as Ken Burkhart, the home plate umpire, takes off his mask and goes on down to give him an argument. And coming out of this dugout is Alvin Dark. And Ken Burkhart saying something to Dark after Lockman turns around and moves on back to the third base coaching box. Burkhart's had a running battle with the Giants ever since the first game started. He had a lot of close plays at first base. Now Dark going back in the dugout. Everybody's still in the game. Giants a little bit warm about losing the first game, and they lost 2 out of 3 to Philadelphia. So they have lost 3 of their last 4 games, dropping to 3.5 back of the Los Angeles Dodgers. Here's the next pitch to Orsino. It's pulled foul for strike 2. 2 balls and 2 strikes. 2-0 game. Mets lead. 1 out in the top of the second. Giants batting. Now the stretch, a look at first base. And the pitch back, a curve that's high for ball 3. Full count now on John Orsino. On deck batter, the shortstop, Jose Pagan. Alou, a fast runner at first base, looking at Westrom for the go sign. And the stretch. And the runner does not go. The pitch is inside, ball 4. And as Orsino walks to first base and Alou moves down to second base, we'll take this opportunity to pause for station identification.
This is WGY Schenectady, where you can hear all the games of the New York Mets. For baseball, for the best in music, for comprehensive, reliable news reporting, stay tuned to WGY.
Beautiful day for baseball, so if you're nearby, come on out. Still plenty of ball left. Mets leading now 2-0, but the Giants with runners at first and second and 1 out. And Jose Pagan, the batter. Pagan, a right-handed batter. And the first pitch to him is bounced down to third base. A great play by Mantilla at second in time. The first base not in time. And coming around from second base and scoring is Felipe Alou. Mantilla at third base, robbing Jose Pagan of a base hit on a great play. And it was equally as good that he made the play to second base to pick up Orsino for the first part of an attempt at a double play. The throw to first base was not in time, and on the attempt, scoring all the way from second base with the Giants' first run was Felipe Alou. It's a 2-1 game now, and the batter is Ernie Bowman. He bats from the right-hand side, and the first pitch to him is hit the shallow center field. Coming on is Canil. He can't get to it. And moving over from first base on the play is Orsino. So now the Giants with a time run at third base as a result of a base hit by Ernie Bowman. And now the batter is Bob Boland. If you're keeping a scorebook, Pagan was given an RBI as Alou practically stole the home plate as he scored from second base. And the first pitch to Boland is outside, ball 1. 2-1 game now. It's the top of the second. Now Bill Hunter with the 1-0 pitch to the pitcher, and it's lined into right center field. This will tie it up, and coming around third base with the lead run is Ernie Bowman, and going into second with a stand-up double, the pitcher Bob Boland. And And the Giants with 3 runs here in the second inning, going out in front, 3-2. Warming up now in the bullpen for the Mets, Ray Davio. And with Bolin getting his jacket on, all set to go now at second base. The batter will be Harvey Keene. Harvey, his first time up, grounded out to second base. He bats from the right-hand side, and the first pitch to him is a called strike. Strike one. Harvey hitting at .312 with 3 home runs and 37 runs batted in. And the pitch back to Harvey, hit down the left field line. It's going to go all the way, and there it goes, a home run. Harvey Keene picking up his 4th home run of the year, and that home run right down the line, bouncing off the facade of the roof, scoring Bob Bolin in front of him, and the Giants lead it now with 5 runs here in the second inning, 5-2. Now Jim Davenport, and the first pitch to Jim is a fastball. It's high, ball 1. Davenport grounded out to third his first time up. 2 hits in the first game, batting .333. And the next pitch is hit down to Mantee at third. He's up with it over to first base in time, and the Mets get the side out. In the inning, though, the San Francisco Giants have taken the lead for the first time. They scored 5 runs on 4 hits. There were no errors, and no one left on base. And the score at the end of 1.5 innings of play. The Giants 5, the Mets 2. And now a word from Viceroy Cigarettes.
The last of the ninth, the score 3-0. The bases were loaded, and wouldn't you know, 2 men fanned. They missed by a mile. Then Casey stepped up to the plate with a smile.
Now, Casey smokes filters, but knows it's true that even some filters are rough on you, while other brands in the filter crowd are just like smoking a warmed-over cloud. But Viceroy tastes the way you'd like a filter cigarette to taste. Not too strong.
Not too light. Viceroy's got the taste that's right.
That's right.
Well, Casey won the game with his longest homer yet, and the manager's daughter said,
Have a cigarette?
Today they're a family with a girl and a boy, and it all began with a Viceroy.
That's right.
So Casey wants you to know, and he'll take all bets. If you smoke all 7 filter cigarettes, you'll find some too strong.
Some too light.
But Viceroy's got the taste that's right.
That's right.
That's right.
That's right.
That's right, and now we move to the bottom of the second inning. Giants with 5 runs in their half of the second. Out in front, 5-2, as Elias Chacon comes to bat. Well, the Mets won the first game 5-3 by scoring 5 runs in the 4th inning. So 5, the magic number here so far at the Polo Grounds today. Bob Bolin all set to go in the second inning, pitching to Elias Chacon. He'll be followed by Joe Pignatano, and then the pitcher Bill Hunter. But Ray Davio still throwing in the bullpen for the Mets, so maybe Casey will switch and use a pinch hitter for the pitcher. And the first pitch to Chacon, hit deep to left field, chasing a low back, but he has room to roam, and he is there and makes the catch. One out now, and Joe Pignatano comes to bat. Joe batting for the first time against his former teammate, the San Francisco Giants. The Mets acquired Joe from the Giants 2 days ago. Joe batting .250, 2 hits and 8 times up. He bats from the right-hand side, and the first pitch to him by Bolin is a strike call, the fastball. .5-2 game, Giants, bottom half of the second. The windup and the 1-strike pitch. Hit to left center field, a line drive. Willie Mays moving over now, makes the catch knee-high for out number 2. Willie fighting the sun, the left field area, the sun field area now, and somewhat vicious this time of day. Willie came over and the last minute grabbed the ball off to his right. 2 outs now, and Cliff Cook, who came in from the bullpen in right field, will bat for Bill Hunter. So Hunter, after pitching 2 innings and giving up 5 runs and 5 hits, will go out. Ray Davio will be in relief. Cook, a right-handed batter. Cliff in the first game had 1 hit and 4 times up. He also scored a run. And the first pitch to him is inside and tight, ball 1. Cliff batting .224 with 2 home runs and 9 runs batted in. The 1-0 pitch to Cook. Swung on and missed. A good fastball. Strike 1. Bolin started slowly. He was wild to start with. Now he appears to have his control and also more stuff in the mound. One ball, 1 strike with 2 outs. On deck batter Richie Ashburn as Bolin comes back with a curve and Cook swings over the top of it. Strike 2. Wind up and the 1-2 pitch. Fastball called, strike 3, and that's out number 3. First strikeout by Bolin to retire the side. 3 up and 3 down. At the end of 2, the Giants 5, the Mets 2. Baltimore 6, Cleveland 4 in the first game. In the second game, no score through 4. Fisher and Ramos, the pitchers in the second. In a single game at Chicago, held up by rain, but now going again. It's all tied up 3-3 through 7 1/2. Gary and Stone, the pitchers in that game as of now. And Minnesota defeated Boston 5-3 in the first game. The second game was called because of rain. And now for the New York Mets, Ray Davio, all set to go against Willie Mays. Davio in relief of the starting pitcher, Billy Hunter, and the first pitch by Davio to Mays is high inside, ball 1. Here's a final score. The Phillies defeated the Dodgers in the second game 2-1. So the Dodgers and Phillies splitting the doubleheader in Philadelphia. 1-0 pitch to Mays, high for ball 2. Philadelphia 2 runs on 5 hits, no errors. Los Angeles 1 run on 5 hits, 1 error. The winning pitcher was Mahaffey. The losing pitcher, the starter for the Dodgers, Ortega. Dodgers won the first game 9-1. 2 balls and no strikes to Willie Mays, and the pitch back is outside for ball 3. Mays shortening up in the bat as though to bunt, but he didn't get Mantilla to move an inch as he decoyed the bunt. Willie singled the right field his first time up and was thrown out trying to stretch it into a double. Fine play by Richie Ashburn. He's batting .302, and he takes inside for ball 4. So Davio pitching to his first man. Walks him, and it brings up Orlando Cepeda. Cepeda playing in the second game, flied out to center field. He did not appear in the first, and a throw to first base chases Mays back. Mays at first base, a good base runner with 15 stolen bases. Now the pitch back to the plate is swung on and popped up. Coming over is Pignatano, also Throneberry. Throneberry there, and one-hands it and makes the catch. Moving down towards second base after tagging up Willie Mays, and now Davio coming over. Runs Mays back to the bag. And Throneberry running the ball back out towards first base. also to prevent Mays from going down to second. One out as Cepeda goes out for the second time, and the batter now is Felipe Alou. Alou started off the 5-run second inning for the Giants by signaling to right field. And he scored the first run of the game by the Giants. They lead 5-2. Batting from the right-hand side, and again a throw to first base, and Mays started to move towards second, got back in a hurry. Alou batting .322. And the first pitch to Alou is swung on and missed. Strike one, a fastball, right by him. 0-1 count with one out. The score 5-2 Giants. You know, there's only one way to beat the heat on a day like this. Just stay put, relax, and enjoy a cold, refreshing glass of Rheingold Extra Dry. You know, Rheingold is beer as beers should taste. Mays does not go, but Alou hits one deep to center field, and this is way back there. Cannell back in the wall, and he makes the catch. Going back to first base after rounding second base, Willie Mays. Rod Cannell pulling that one down in the well, back of the area that actually, if the ball had been on the right or left side, would have been a home run area. Rod Cannell going back 460 feet away to haul that one down. Well, you could easily say that's the longest out of the year right here in the Polo Grounds this year. 2 outs now, and the batter is Orsino, the catcher, and he takes for a ball outside. 1 ball, no strikes. John Orsino, the catcher, playing his first game since coming out of the service. 5-2 game, Giants lead as Davio looks at Mays, then goes to first base to chase him back. Again, the stretch, the look, and Mays goes, and the pitch is down too low. Mays will steal his 16th base of the year. He does. Stolen base for Willie, and Joe Pignatano had no chance to dig that ball out. It was a low-breaking curveball just off the dirt. Pignatano had to backhand it, and then couldn't hold on to the ball as he was in a hurry to come up throwing. 16 stolen bases for Willie Mays, and now the Giants have a runner at second base with 2 outs, and they count 2-0 on John Orsino. Davio into the stretch and back to Orsino with a curve that's over. Strike one. 2 balls and 1 strike. The 2-1 pitch, a curveball again over, a sliding curveball, and it's 2-2. Here's the paid attendance, 35,463. Just a shade under yesterday. Again, a throw to second this time. And Charlie Neal, in making him tag, almost knocks Mays off the base. He's there safely. 618 press and servicemen for a total attendance of 36,081. So they fell about 2,000 behind yesterday's crowd for Old Timers Day. About 75,000 for the 2 days. There's a line drive to left field on the curveball. Mays rounding third will score. The throw coming in is cut off by Mantilla, and rounding at first base and going back into first base, John Orsino. And the Giants lead at 6-2. Two-game Giants as Davio looks at Orsino at first and comes back to the plate to Jose Pagan for ball 1. Jose Pagan, who was robbed of a base hit by Felix Mantilla last time up. But he still picked up a run batted in on the force play at second base as Alou scored all the way from second. Swing and a foul back on the screen. Strike one. 1 ball, 1 strike with 2 men out. Pagan batting .264 for the year. Next pitch to Pagan, a high curve that's fouled on the right field side out of play. Strike 2. And while we have a second here, we'll take this opportunity to pause for station identification.
This is WGY Schenectady, 810 on your radio dial, where the time is 29 minutes past 6 p.m. by the WGY clock.
Ralph Kiner along with Bob Murphy and Lindsey Nelson from the Polo Ground. 6-2 Giants as Davio comes to the plate with a curve that's outside for ball 2. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Giants with 5 runs in the second inning, 1 more here in the third, leading by 4. They lost the first game 5-3 as Jay Hook went all the way for the New York Mets. A throw to first base, chasing Orsino back safely. Now the 2-2 pitch to Pagan. Bounced slowly down towards third. Mantilla up over to first base. Not in time. Doc O'Conlin with a big safe side and going down to second base on the play, John Orsino. Felix Mantilla came in on that slow bouncer. Gloved it with one hand, flipped underhanded, but Pagan, who can fly, just beat it out. Runners now at first and second with Ernie Bowman coming up. Bowman singled to right center field his first time up, a bloop single. He is 1 for 1 in the game. Came on at 091. Batting from the right-hand side, and the first pitch to him, a curve that's on the outside corner, strike 1. Giants now with 7 base hits. And Bowman now driving one deep to left field. Thomas back, way back there. Now takes the catch, going away. A fine play by Frank Thomas to retire the side. In the inning for the San Francisco Giants, 1 run on 2 hits. There were no errors. 1 man left, and the score at the end of 2 1/2 innings of play. The Giants 6, the New York Mets 2. Now coming right up, a short performance by a famous trio.
The Rheingold Extra Dry, extra talented players prove love will find a way.
Won't you come home, Bill Betty? Won't you come home? It's been a long, long year. I'll do the cooking, darling. I'll pay the rent. I'll buy you Rheingold beer. You'll find it so refreshing. It's clean, bright taste, and dry is the reason why. Dry beer's for you.
Hey, I think I'll have 2.
Bill Betty, won't you please come home?
Sure, I'll come home, Jill Bailey. Sure, I'll come home. If you buy my favorite beer. Why, Rheingold's the name, my darling. Rheingold's the name. Bill Bailey is coming home. Hurry for Rheingold. Rheingold Extra Dry.
Who like you?
Bottom half of the third inning. Score 6-2 in favor of the Giants as Richie Ashburn comes up to lead off for the Mets. It'll be Ashburn, Cannell, and Mantilla against Bob Boland. Boland got off very slowly in the first inning, giving up 2 runs. He allowed 2 hits. Then in the second inning, he retired the side 1-2-3. Big fellow from Hickory Grove, South Carolina, 23 years of age, 6'4". He has a 3-0 record for the year, and he has won 1 and lost none against the Mets, winning that game on July the 4th. Richie Ashburn, who walked his first time up, now in the batter's box. Richie batting .297, and the first pitch to the left-handed batter is a fastball for strike one. The one-strike pitch to Richie, taken a little bit low, ball one. 1 ball, 1 strike. Now Bob Moorhead throwing in the bullpen for the Mets. They won the first game 5-3, winning their first game against the Giants here in the Polo Grounds. There's a bouncing ball hit down to Ernie Bowman, the second baseman. He takes it, throws low to first base, but Cepeda takes it right at the shoe tops, out number 1. 4-3 with Rod Keneal now coming up. Rod blooped a double to left field to set up the first run for the Mets. After Mantilla was safe on a fielder's choice, Frank Thomas then singled to left field off of the wall to drive in the only 2 runs scored by New York. Keneal, a right-hander, takes on the inside corner a slow curveball, strike one. Rod playing in center field just made the longest out of the year as a defensive ball player when he flagged down a deep drive by Felipe Alou deep in the well in straightaway center field. There's a fastball hit off the fist down towards first base, a broken bat. Cepeda takes it, crosses in front of Keneal for out number 2. Bolin really jamming Keneal with that one. And with 2 men down now, Felix Mantilla comes to bat. Felix 0 for 1 in the game, batting .274 at the start of the game. Right-handed batter with Frank Thomas on deck, and the first pitch to Mantilla by Bob Bolin is a fastball. It's just a little bit low, ball one. One-0 pitch. Swung on and missed. Strike one. 1 ball, 1 strike. Billy Hunter started the game for the Mets, and he is the pitcher of record, giving up 5 runs, allowing 5 hits, striking out none and walking 1. Ray Davio then came in the 3rd inning. Bolin back to the plate inside, ball 2. 2 balls and 1 strike. Mets play the Giants tomorrow night, 8 o'clock. Then the Pittsburgh Pirates move in for 4 games in 2 days, Wednesday and Thursday. 2-1 pitch to Mantilla off of the catcher's glove, ball 3. Pitch way outside, John Orsino failing to handle the ball. Count 3 balls and 1 strike. That Wednesday game, a doubleheader starting at 1:30 with the Pittsburgh Pirates. And the Thursday game, a twilight night doubleheader. And in case you don't remember, that game starts at 6 o'clock. Now the 3-1 pitch to Mantilla. Low for ball 4. And with the score 6-2 in favor of the Giants, Mantilla walks to first base and Frank Thomas comes to bat. A walk by Bolin, his second of the game. He walked Richie Ashburn as the leadoff man in the game. And Frank Thomas, the batter, with a base hit and 2 runs batted in. Frank had 2 hits in the first game, make it 3, 2 of them doubles, and 2 runs batted in. 4 for the day, and the first pitch to the right-handed batter is inside and high, ball 1. Bolin with a good fastball just above the letters. One ball, no strikes with 2 outs. And the pitch back to Thomas is swung on and fouled away, strike 1. still throwing for the Mets in the right field bullpen. A 1-1 count. And the pitch to Thomas. Just a little bit outside, ball 2. Frank started the game batting .300. He had 15 home runs and 52 RBIs. He has now increased his ribbies to 54. Six-2 game, Giants. Bottom of the third, and the pitch back to Frank, a changeup curve in the dirt dug out by Orsino. Ball 3. Good play by John Orsino, the new catcher for the Giants. Giants sold Joe Pignatano to the Mets in anticipation of Orsino coming out of the service, which he did yesterday, joined the club here today. He, along with Bob Garibaldi, the college sensation, being added to the roster. LeMay was sent out to the minor leagues to make room for the pitcher. There's the throw to first base, but Mantilla gets back easily. Make room for the pitcher, Garibaldi. 3-1 pitch inside for ball 4, and Thomas had to get out of the way to keep from being hit. 2 walks in a row now, and the batter coming up is Marv Throneberry. Marv batting for the second time. He grounded out to first base his first time up. He's batting .246. Incidentally, Garibaldi pitched his first major league inning here in the 8th inning of the first game, and he looked exceptionally good. Struck out one batter and showed fine poise. There's the first pitch to Throneberry. It's popped up high in the air. Back in the grass at second base, Ernie Bowman, he is there, and he makes the catch to retire the side. So in the inning, the Mets pick up 2 walks, score no runs, get no hits, leave 2 out in the score at the end of 3. The Giants 6, the New York Mets 2. Baltimore defeated Cleveland 6-4 in the first game. Estrada the winning pitcher, Grant the loser. In the second game, Cleveland leads Baltimore 4-3 through 5. The Season's home run with 2 on, giving Cleveland 3 runs in the bottom half of the 5th. Fisher and Ramos, the opposing pitchers in that one. In a single game, it's 3-3. Detroit 3, Chicago White Sox 3 through 7 1/2 innings. Gary now in for the Tigers. Stone pitching for the White Sox. Calavito's home run in the 8th inning, giving Detroit the tying run. In the first game of a scheduled doubleheader, Minnesota defeated Boston 5-3. Stan's the winning pitcher in the second game. It was postponed because of rain. And that brings you completely up to date on the scores throughout the other parks in baseball. Now here's Bob Murphy to tell you about what's going on at the Polo Grounds.
Thank you very much, Ralph. The New York Mets now have Bob Moorhead in the ball game. And the pitcher, Bob Bolin, takes the first pitch thrown for a strike call. Bolin lashed a double to right center field off Bill Hunter, driving 2 runs in. Jose Pagan, Bob Bolin, Harvey Keene, and John Orsino have driven in the runs. A pop-up to short left field. Under it is Elio Chacon. Elio has it for the out. 1 away and nobody on. Now Harvey Keene at the top of the batting order. Harvey hit a home run with a man on. In the second inning, a drive that struck the facing of the upper deck in left field for Harvey, his 4th home run of the year. Yogi Berra's 10th inning home run won it for the Yankees. They beat Kansas City 8-6 in the first game of a doubleheader. A towering pop fly out towards second base. Chacon, practically standing on second, now moves a stride away and makes the catch. Too quickly set aside by Bob Moorhead, and on to hit will be Jim Davenport. Now Bob Moorhead out of his windup. In comes his pitch, and the fastball is taken, ball 1. Moorhead appearing for the 25th time this year. And that's over, a call strike. Bob's relief work has been greatly improved. Bob Moorhead and Al Jackson have the 2 best earned run averages among the New York Mets pitchers. Jay Hook is the big winner. Jay has won 7 games now. Foul ball off the plate going down the third baseline, and the count is 1 ball and 2 strikes.
Roger Craig and Jay Hook lead the mound staff in complete games. Each has turned in 7. Foul ball. It'll be out of play. Spinning to take a look, Joe Pignatano, and that ball lands right on the roof of our broadcasting booth. Moorhead winds. The pitch to Davenport. A fly ball looped to right center field. Coming hard is Rod Keneal to his glove side. He makes the catch on the run. So Bob Moorhead retires the side in order. In the top of the 4th inning, no runs, no hits, no errors, none left on. And now at the end of 3.5 innings, the score, it's the Giants 6 and the Mets 2. Well, man, if it's as hot wherever you are as it is on the field today, you'll be looking around for some way to beat the heat. And you know, if you're stocked up on Rheingold Extra Dry, well, you don't have to look any further than the refrigerator. And even I know where they keep that. Yes, sir, Rheingold is just the thing you need on hot days like this to stay cool and refreshed. Rheingold has a taste all its own. A taste that's brisk and bright and clean clear through. It quenches your thirst because it's extra dry. Those 2 little words, extra dry, tell you that Rheingold is brewed the long, slow, costlier way for that clean, brisk, extra lively taste that is Rheingold's alone. Well, why not find that out for yourself? Pour yourself a tall, cold glass of Rheingold Extra Dry and enjoy the game refreshed. Tomorrow night, the game gets underway at 8 o'clock, the wind-up of the series with the Giants. Remember then, no game on Tuesday, but doubleheaders Wednesday afternoon and Thursday evening. Danny Murtaugh's Pittsburgh Pirates featuring Roberto Clemente, the defending National League batting champion, will be coming in for the 2 doubleheaders. Clemente, who started the season slow, has been coming with a great rush, and he started the day only 1 point behind Tommy Davis. A little bit low. Charlie Neal lets it go. 1 ball and no strikes. Now Bolin, the big blonde right-hander, winds and pitches. A half-swing ground ball hit right back to the mound. Neal was trying to get out of the way of it. Ball lobbed over to first base by Bolin, and Neal is retired. One away and nobody on. The hitter is Elio Chacon. Elio hit a fly ball fairly deep to left field in the 2nd, and it was taken by the left fielder, Felipe Alou. Al Dark juggling his lineup in this ball game, trying to find a winning combination. Taken high, it's ball 1. For those of you tuning in late, New York won the first game as Jay Hook went the route. The Mets winning it 5-3. They scored all 5 of their runs in the 4th inning when they sent 10 men to the plate. Ball 2, 2-0 on Elio Chacon. Frank Thomas and Elio Chacon had the big hits in the opening game victory. The Mets were trailing 2-0 when Thomas double driving 2 runs in to tie the game, and then Elio Chacon, with the bases loaded, single driving 2 runs in to make it 4-2. 2-0 delivery on the outside corner for a call strike, 2-1. Well, it's all over in Pittsburgh. The Pirates pushed over a run in the last half of the 9th inning to defeat St. Louis 8-7 and gain a split in the doubleheader. Elroy faced the winner and Don Ferresi the loser. Foul ball back up into the crowd and out of play. So the Cardinals and Bucks have split their doubleheader today. The Cardinals won the first game 3-2 in 10 innings on a 10th inning home run by Fred Whitfield. The Bucks gain a split in a real struggle, winning 8-7 with a run in the home half of the 9th inning in the nightcap. The 2-2 pitch to Elio. Curve inside, ball 3, a full count, 3-2. Pitching 3-2, and it's foul. Back up to the crowd. No play. The count stays the same. All National League teams playing doubleheaders today. 3-2 delivery. Inside, Elio had to jump and get out of the way of that one. So he goes down to first base with a walk, the fourth given up by Bob Bolin. Big Bob Bolin from Hickory Grove, South Carolina, on the mound for the San Francisco Giants. He's 23 years old and packs about 185 pounds on a 6'4" frame. Inside at the knees, and Pignatano had to jump back to get out of the way of that one. Brooklyn Moore and Joe Pignatano. Right-hand batter. Joe hit the ball hard his first time up, a line drive that Willie caught in center field. Last half of inning number 4, the pitch to Pignatano. He takes it high, ball 2, 2 balls and no strikes. And now John Orsino asks for time, and he goes out to the mound. Right-hander Bob Bolin pitching for the Giants. Down comes his pitch. It's swung and missed. 2-1. He really had the mustard on that one. Last year, Bolin was in 18 games with Tacoma. No, that was the year before, let's beg your pardon. Last year, he was with the Giants all year. Won 2 and lost 2. Two-one delivery, a ground ball hit toward the hole to his right. Pagan. He feeds Hiller for 1. On to Cepeda, double play. 6-4-3, double play turned by the Giants. They made 3 in the opening ball game. No runs, no hits, no errors, none left on. And so 4 innings complete. The score: the Giants 6 and the Mets 2. Tomorrow night, a single night game with San Francisco, which winds up the 3-game series. No game Tuesday. And the Bucks will be coming in for 2 games on Wednesday at 1:30 and a twilighter on Thursday at 6 p.m. Tickets are on sale at the advanced sale window at the Polo Grounds, 155th and 8th Avenue. And they're also, for your convenience, available at ticket outlets located in Grand Central Station at the 42nd and Vanderbilt ramp and the Long Island waiting room of the Penn Station. Remember, too, that reservations for all future Polo Grounds games can be made at all Howard Clothes stores in the greater New York area. We'll have some outstanding features coming up here at the Polo Grounds over the latter part of the season. Houston beat Chicago 5-4 in the first game. The Cubs lead the nightcap 2-1 at the end of an inning and a half. Braves trying to sweep a twin bill from Cincinnati. They won the first one 5-0 and lead the second game 2-1 after 5.5. The Dodgers and Phillies divided. The Dodgers won the first game 9-1, a 6-hitter for Johnny Padres. And the Phillies won the nightcap 2-1 on a 5-hitter by Art Mahaffey. Mahaffey, who in the early part of September last year, while going into second base, was hit with a relay throw at almost point-blank range, and his career was endangered, is really making a remarkable comeback. He's now 12-9 on the year. The Cardinals and Bucks split a twin bill. Cardinals winning 3-2 and 10, and Pittsburgh winning 8-7 in the second game. Willie Mays leading off against Bob Moorhead in the top of the 5th inning, and the ball is high and inside. Willie bailed out of there. Look at the laugh on his face. Willie's just laughing. Willie bails out of there when that pitch comes in very close. He's the first to admit it. You can kid him about it. Willie has a common sense philosophy about it. He says, if a pitch is close, I'm going to get out of there because I want to play tomorrow. Grounded foul off to the right. 1 ball and 1 strike. Ball, 1 strike to Willie Mays. Willie has singled to right and drawn a walk. Foul back. Willie had an RBI in the first game today, hiking his total for the year to 82. The Dodgers' Tommy Davis leading the National League going into action today with 91. Now the 1-2 pitch. And it's a foul ball turned back up toward the roof and out of play. One-two delivery, a little bit inside to Willie Mays, and the count is even now, 2-2. First game is over at Dodger Stadium. The Angels defeated Washington 5-1 on a 6-hitter by Eli Gerba. Pete Burnside, the loser. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. Willie Mays fanned by Bob Moorhead. One away, nobody on now in the 5th inning, and up to hit will be Orlando Cepeda. Cepeda has fly deep to center field and fouled out to Marv Throneberry over near the field boxes. So the Bull is 0 for 2. Wind-up pitch by Moorhead. Foul ball right straight back, strike 1. It's good to see Frank Thomas really hitting that ball hard again. He's been the batting star of the doubleheader for the New York Mets. He doubled driving 2 runs in the first game to tie the game up at 2-2. Then Elio Chacon single with the bases loaded, driving 2 runs in, and that proved to be the winning wallop. A chopper off the plate down the third base line. Barehanded pickup by Mantilla. The throw, he beat it out, a base hit. Baltimore chop for Orlando Cepeda going down the third baseline, and it's a leg hit. Now here is Felipe Alou. He hit a ball 460 feet. That was caught by Rod Keneal his last time up. A drive hit deep to center field. Back goes Keneal. It might get over his head. It does. It's back against the bleacher wall for an extra base hit. Alou is going into second. Cepeda around third trying to score. Relay is a high peg over the head of Pignatano to the backstop. And on to third now goes Felipe Alou. It'll be a double for Felipe Alou, a hard line drive. Rod Keneal had trouble picking the line drive up, and now he's shielding the glove. Center field is really a tough sun field to play right now, and Rod simply did not pick that ball up in time to make the play. When he did spot it, he started back immediately, but it was too late. Now the batter, Jose Pagan, and the pitch is a strike. It'll be scored a double and an RBI. And Felipe Alou goes to third on a throwing error charged to Charlie Neal on the relay throw. Pitch thrown by Moorhead, a swing and a miss. And a count of strike 2 now on Pagan. Giants lead 7-2. We're in the top of the 5th inning. Now Moorhead out of his windup, and the pitch is swung and missed. He struck him out. I want to tell you, Polo has hit a couple of real shots in this ball game. He doubled in the second inning to right field. He hit a ball 460 feet that Rod Keneal, with a real good play, caught. Rod went out on the warning path and in toward the clubhouses to make the catch. Then Lou hit that line drive to deep left center. One run in. We're in the top of the fifth inning. Giants in front, 7-2. Orsino struck out by Bob Moorhead. Pagan has reached on the fielder's choice and beat out an infield hit. Next pitch by Moorhead. Fastball outside to high. 1 ball, 1 strike. San Francisco, 7 runs, 9 hits, and the Mets 2 runs on 2 hits. A little bit inside on Jose Pagan, 2-1. The second game being played at Milwaukee today is a mound duel between Johnny Klipstein and southpaw Denver LeMaster, who has recently joined the Milwaukee Braves. 2 years ago, Denver LeMaster struck out 19 men in 1 ball game in the Sally League. Here's the 2-1 delivery. Swing and a miss by Pagan. 2 balls, 2 strikes. The Mets won the opener 5-3 with Jay Hook going the route to notch his 7th win of the year. Polo on third with 2 men down. Now the pitch by Moorhead, a foul ball back, no play. The 2-2 pitch, and it's up high, ball 3, a full count, 3-2. Now the 3-2 pitch on Pagan, foul ball wafted and out of play off to the right toward the upper deck. Real good crowd today at the Polo Grounds. 35,463 turning out for the doubleheader. And the Mets fans had plenty to cheer about in the opening ball game as the Mets came from behind and went on to defeat the Giants 5-3. Ground ball past the mound toward short. Elio Chacon takes it out of the dirt, throws. He got him. Elio Chacon to Marv Throneberry to erase Jose Pagan. 1 run, 2 hits, 1 error, and 1 left on. So we've come halfway. At the end of 4.5 innings, the score, Giants 7 and the Mets 2. Now the home half of the 5th inning. And the New York Mets will have Bob Moorhead coming out to face right-hander Bob Boland. This will be the first time up now for Moorhead.
Number 22, pitcher Bob Moorhead.
Bob batting right-handed. Boland, 6'4" right-hander, fires a fastball right down the middle for a call, strike 1. After Bob takes his turn at bat, we'll give our stations a chance to identify. Richie Ashburn on deck, and then Rod Keneal. In there at the knees for a call strike. 2 strikes on Moorhead. Infield straightaway. The outfield maybe a stride to the opposite field. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. Boland getting Moorhead. And right here, let's pause for station identification.
This is WGY Schenectady, where you hear all the games of the New York Mets. For baseball, for the best of music, for comprehensive, reliable news reporting, stay tuned to WGY.
One away and nobody on in the last of the fifth inning. Mets 5 behind, trailing the Giants 7-2. Here are the warm-ups for the second game in Kansas City. Roland Sheldon for New York and Danny McDevitt for Kansas City. Here's the windup, and the pitch thrown by Bolin. Ritchie takes it, ball one. Chicago White Sox, a team that is moving up in the American League race, beat Detroit 5-3 in a single game. Dean Stone was the winner, and Ron Nischwitz was the loser. He runs up as if to bunt, and the pitch is over. Strike one. 1 ball, 1 strike. Baltimore and Cleveland tied 4-4 in the last of the seventh inning in Cleveland. The Birds won the opener from Cleveland 6-4 as they hit 4 home runs. One delivery up high. It's ball 2. 2-1 now on Ashburn. Rod Keneal on deck with Felix Mantilla to follow. Cookie Lavagetto coaching at first and Sally Emus at third. Mets so far have been held to 2 hits by Bolin. Pitch is over on the inside corner for a call strike, and now it's 2-2. Yankees beat the A's 8-6 in a 10-inning game in the opener of their doubleheader with Roger Maris hitting 2, his 22nd and 23rd. Gino Simoli and Yogi Berra also homered in the game. 2-2 pitch. Ball 3. Bolin really fired that one, but it came in down around the knees. Frank Thomas knocked in 2 runs in the 5-3 victory in the first game, and Frank has driven in the only 2 runs for the Mets in this game. And it's a high fly hit the left field. Philippe Alou, having a little trouble, is under it, and he makes the catch. Seemed to have some trouble with the sun on that one. 2 down now. Rod Keneal up. Nobody on. Last half of the fifth inning. Pitch by Bolin, a breaking ball inside, taken. 1 ball and no strikes. Rod looped a Texas League double to left field in the first inning, and he grounded out to Orlando Cepeda in the third inning, so Rod has 1 for 2. Fastball over, a call strike. 1-1. Hot Rod turned in the most exciting play of the day on the field when he went back about 460 feet to catch a ball hit by Philippe Alou straight away in center field, past the grass, past the warning path, and in toward the clubhouses. Low, ball 2, 2-1 now on Rod Keneal. Rod batting at 272. 2-1 pitch. Foul ball right back into the screen, and the count is even now at 2 balls and 2 strikes. New York broke out with 2 runs in the first inning of this game, but the Giants enjoyed a 5-run inning in chasing Bill Hunter in the second. Since then, the Giants have scored 1 run off Ray Davio and 1 run off Bob Moorhead. Here's the 2-2 pitch, and it's fouled out of play by Rod back over the press box into the crowd. Cannell cow-tilling the bat around, cocks it off the shoulder, a swing and a miss, and Bolin struck him out. Strong inning for Bob Bolin. He fanned 2 of the 3 he faced in the 5th inning. No runs, no hits, no errors, none left on. And now 5 innings complete in the nightcap of our doubleheader. The score, Giants 7 and the Mets 2. And now an all-time great song sung by an all-time great singer.
This is Helen Traumel. I put some new words to an old song. There are lots of taverns in the town, cheerful spots where you can sit you down, for friendly fun and pleasure, and later by and by a glass of Rheingold extra dry. Most restaurants and taverns here serve Rheingold, New York's favorite beer. It's brisk and bright and clean clear through, yes, clear through. A beer as beer should really taste. Take my advice and please make haste. Water, ice, cold, Rheingold, the beer that's extra dry. The finest beer that you can buy. At your kind friends, adieu. That's so long. Now once again you won't go wrong. Next time you're in a tavern, if you buy famous Rheingold extra dry.
A little foot race going on in the outfield. A couple of young fellas decided to take a trip across center field, which quite naturally is not according to Hoyle. So they were being chased by the police, whose job it is to keep the fans off the playing field during the course of the ball game. Ernie Bowman is out to face Bob Moorhead in the top half of the 6th inning. And he reaches for one and pops it high in the air, not too far from the plate. In comes Mantilla, and Felix takes it in fair territory up toward the plate for the out. Second baseman Ernie Bowman retired on one pitch by Moorhead. So coming out to hit now is Bob Bolin. He weighed in his own behalf with a 2-run double in the 2nd inning. This 2-base hit was a hard line drive to right center field. Here's the pitch on the way, and it's foul back upstairs, no play. At the time Bolin cracked the 2-run double off Bill Hunter, the score was 2-1 in favor of the Mets. So the 2-run double by Bolin put the Giants in front 3-2. Harvey Keene cracked a 2-run homer to make it 5-2. And since then, John Orsino and Felipe Alou have each knocked in 1 run. The score is 7-2. Foul ball back over our broadcasting booth, no play. Those of you who will be driving in now tomorrow night for the game between the Mets and the Giants that winds up the 3-game series, remember the Yankee Stadium parking facilities are available to you, as well as the locations around the Polo grounds. Call strike on the outside corner, and Bolin is caught looking. Bob Moorhead picking up his 3rd strikeout since coming on in relief. 2 outs, nobody on now, the top of the 6th inning, and the hitter will be Harvey Keene. Hard-hitting Harvey has 1 for 3, a 2-run homer. Ball 1. Looks like he started him off with that knuckleball. Pignatano, who tried the big mitt, is using the regular mitt this time and catching Moorhead. Outside and low, it's ball 2. 2 balls and no strikes. Moorhead throws a hard knuckleball, quite unlike the much slower knuckler thrown by Hoyt Wilhelm. Next pitch is a looping drive towards short right, taken by Charlie Neal. Charlie, running into the outfield, reached over his head and took it for the out. A soft line drive. Side retired as the Giants go out in order in their half of the 6th inning. No runs, no hits, no errors, none left on. Now at the end of 5.5 innings, the score, the Giants 7 and the Mets 2. Well, you know, fans, any time is a good time to enjoy the brisk, bright flavor of Rheingold. But it goes especially well with these wonderful days. Wonderful days call for that wonderful taste of Rheingold Extra Dry, a taste that's brisk and bright and clean. Rheingold is beer as beer should taste, and dry tells you why. It tells you that Rheingold is brewed the long, slow, costlier way, brewed extra dry to be extra refreshing. So you better stock up now and have plenty of cool, refreshing Rheingold Extra Dry on hand. Enjoy those wonderful days with the wonderful beer, Rheingold Extra Dry. Now Felix Mantilla will be coming out to lead off against Bob Bolin. Well, the Dodgers and the Phillies split their doubleheader today in the city of brotherly love. The Dodgers won the first game 9-1 on a 6-hitter by Johnny Padres. But Art Mahaffey, who is pitching as good a ball as anybody in the major leagues, pitched a strong 5-hitter to stop the Dodgers in the nightcap, with the Phillies winning 2-1 for Mahaffey, his 12th win of the year. Mantilla has reached on a fielder's choice and drawn a walk, so Felix is 0 for 1 in the game. Foul ball back to the screen. Now the windup. In comes the pitch by Bolin. A ground ball smacked to short, backhanded by Pagan. The long throw out at first. The beauty of the play by Jose Pagan of the San Francisco Giants. He made the backhand play on the hot grounder as he went toward the hole. One away and nobody on. Here's Frank Thomas. Frank single, driving 2 runs in the first. He drew a walk in the third. Frank had 3 for 4, a single and 2 doubles, and 2 RBIs in the opening game victory. The Mets winning 5-3. Jay Hook went the route for the victory. Foul back, no play. Hasn't had a home run here in the Polo grounds in over 6 weeks. And it's taken up high. 1 ball, 1 strike. The last time Frank hit one in the seats here in the Polo grounds was back on the 1st of May against Cincinnati. Bob Bolin's 1-1 pitch. He slowed up on that one, but it missed outside. 2 balls and 1 strike. Here's the 2-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. He really fired that fastball. 2-2. Bolin, big and strong. He stands 6'4", out of Hickory Grove, South Carolina. Last year, as a relief pitcher, he was in 37 games, and he won 2, lost 2. Marv Throneberry is the on-deck hitter. Fly ball hit high in the air to left field. Walking in a stride or 2 is Philippe Ballou. He has it for the out. 2 down now in the home 6th inning. Up to hit Marv Throneberry. Marv has grounded out to Orlando Cepeda and hit a pop fly to Ernie Bowman in short right field. Hit hard, a smash through the hole going into right field. A base hit for Throneberry. Ball juggled for a moment by Harvey Keene. Now he pegs it back into Ernie Bowman near second. That is the third hit in the game for the New York Mets off Bob Boland. He gave up the other two in the first when the Mets scored their 2 runs to lead 2-0. But San Francisco scored 5 runs on 4 hits and chased Bill Hunter in the second. They picked up 1 run in the third and 1 run in the 5th inning. Charlie Neal is flied deep to center and grounded out. Charlie's 0 for 2. Ball 1 outside and low. Well, the best the Giants can hope for is a split in this doubleheader since the Mets won the first one 5-3. Dodgers and Phillies divided, and the Cardinals and Pirates divided. National League standings in the upper brackets will remain unchanged. A foul ball back upstairs and out of play. If the Mets should come from behind and win this one to sweep 2, then the Pirates would be only 1 game behind San Francisco. Right now, the Bucks are 2 behind the Giants. Bob Boland delivers inside, down around the knees. Ball 2, 2-1 now on Charlie Neal. Marv Throneberry on first with 2 outs in the last half of the 6th inning. Swing and a miss. Blazing fastball thrown down around the knees by Bob Boland. Well, at Cleveland, where they've really hit home runs today, that's a good ballpark for home runs. Willie Kirkland homered in the 8th inning to tie Baltimore 4-4, but Diamond Jim Gentile has now hit one in the 9th inning to put the Birds back in front. For Gentile, his 24th of the year. Pitching 2-2. Foul ball upstairs, no play. 2 of the big home run hitters in the American League last year, Roger Maris and Jim Gentile, both have started to belt them recently. The home run hitters always say that the home runs usually come in clusters. Ball 3, it's high, and the count is full now. 3-2 on Neal. There goes the runner, and it's a high fly to deep center. Ambling back is Willie. Now he's settling under it, and he puts it in the basket for the out. Neal flies to Mays to retire the side in the 6th inning. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, 1 left on. And now at the end of 6 innings, the score in the nightcap of 2, Giants 7 and the Mets 2. So now as we move along to the 7th inning, here all set to detail every exciting play for you, Lindsey Nelson.
All right, Bob Murphy, here are 6 inning totals for the San Francisco Giants. 7 runs on 9 hits and no errors. For the New York Mets, 2 runs on 3 hits and 1 error. In case you've joined us along the way, the New York Mets won the first game of today's doubleheader from the San Francisco Giants by a score of 5-3. Jay Hook went all the way to get the victory, his 7th of this season, as he is the winningest of the Met pitchers of the season thus far. And in this second game, the Mets got 2 runs in the bottom half of the first inning to go out in front, but the Giants came right back in the top of the second to get 5 big runs. They added another in the third, another in the 5th, and the Giants lead by a score of 7-2. You know, lots of fans are switching to the Mets, and lots of fans are switching to Viceroys for the taste that's right. The concluding game of this series will be played tomorrow night at 8 p.m. here at the Polo Grounds. It'll be Jack Sanford pitching for the San Francisco Giants. And right-hander Roger Craig will be going for the New York Mets. To lead off here for the Giants in the top half of the 7th inning, it is third baseman Jim Davenport. Grounded out third to first, grounded out third to first, and flied out to center field. Nothing for 3, and he is facing right-hander Bob Moorhead. And a base hit up the middle for Davenport. Retrieved out there by Rod Keneal, relayed in, and Davenport is on. Here's Willie Mays coming up. In this ball game, Willie had singled to right and was thrown out at second, trying to stretch it to a double. Walked, stole a base, and later scored and struck out. He was nothing for 3 and a sacrifice fly in the first game. Bob Moorhead now working straight away with a windup. The curveball is swung on and popped up behind the plate. Joe Pignatana is back there. He is waiting, and he makes the catch. Mays has fouled out to the catcher. And right now, we pause for station identification.
You are tuned to WGY Schenectady, your New York Mets station. The time, in 25 seconds, 7:30 by the WGY clock.
Ralph Tanner and Bob Murphy at the Polo Grounds in New York as right-hand power hitter Orlando Cepeda steps up. Slide to center, foul out to first base, and had an infield hit. Swing and a foul tip back into the big glove of Joe Pignatano. Again, Moorhead is set to work, and the pitch misses low for a ball. Rolls a few feet away from Joe Pignatano. He picks it up and fires it back. 1-1 the count now. There's a swing and a drive to right. It's up there, and it's gone. Home run for Orlando Cepeda into the upper deck in right. That is a 2-run homer for Cepeda. Makes the score 9-2. Since June 1st, Orlando Cepeda had coming into today's ball game only 4 home runs and 21 runs batted in, and had been hitting 256 over that period. He was given a day's rest yesterday until he was brought on as a pinch hitter, and he delivered a hit. Here is Philippe Alou taking a pitch low for a ball. Cepeda did not play in the first game of today's doubleheader, but he's come on here with a home run in the second game. Here's a swing and a drive in the left field. Dipping in for a base hit, taken on one hop by Frank Thomas. He relays it to second, and Philippe Alou turns and holds at first. That hit by Alou, his third of this ball game. He's 3 for 4. Orlando Cepeda's home run was his second hit of the game and his 19th home run of this season. And here is John Orsino, the catcher, coming up. He's 1 for 2 and a walk. Foul ball coming back out of play. For the Mets, Wilmer Mizell is throwing in the bullpen, left-hander. Strike 1 count to John Orsino at the plate. Joined the San Francisco Giants only yesterday, coming back from Army service, where he had been since last October. A throw over to first is not in time to get Philippe Alou. Takes a good lead, and another throw over sent him diving back into the bag. Back safely. Again, it's fired over, gets past Throneberry, and Philippe Alou moves on to second base. It is scored as an error on Moorhead on the throw. Error on Moorhead on the throw to first. Moorhead is set. Pitch is swung on and has a fly ball high into right center field. Ashburn calls, and Ritchie takes it. Tagged. At second is Philippe Alou moving on to third after the catch of the high fly ball into right. So there are 2 men out, a runner at third, and Jose Pagan's coming up. He's 1 for 3 in this ball game. Has driven in a run and scored 1 himself. Second game of a doubleheader in Cleveland. The Baltimore Orioles 6, the Cleveland Indians 5. So the Orioles have swept the Indians today. The first game, Baltimore 6, Cleveland 4. Estrada over Grant. Second game, Baltimore 6, Cleveland 5. Brown over
Latman. Swung on, and there's a fly ball to right field. Richie Ashburn moves in underneath and calls and takes the high fly for the out that retires the side. So in the top of the seventh, Giants got 2 runs on 3 hits. There was 1 error and 1 man left. And so at the end of 6.5 innings of play, the score is the San Francisco Giants 9 and the New York Mets 2. Moving now to the bottom half of the 7th inning of the second game of today's doubleheader, and the Mets will send up Elio Chacon to lead off. He has flied to left and walked. Bob Boland, the starter, still in there for the San Francisco Giants. He has a record of 3 victories and no losses this season. He's 23 years of age. He has held the New York Mets to 3 hits thus far in the ballgame, 2 of them in the first inning and 1 in the 6th. He winds and fires to Chacon, and the pitch is in there for a call, strike 1. Ken Burkhardt is the umpire behind the plate. Vinegar Ben Mizell continues to warm up in the bullpen for the Mets. Here is a fly ball hit deep to right center. Moving over is Harvey Keene, and Keene makes the catch. Of the fly ball off the bat of Elio Chacon, there is 1 away, and Joe Pignatano's coming up. Pignatano's a right-hand batter. Been up twice. He flied to center, and he hit into a double play. And Joe Christopher comes out to the on-deck circle as the prospective pinch hitter for pitcher Bob Moorhead. Here is the first pitch to Pignatano, taken in there for a called strike 1. Recently obtained by the Mets from the San Francisco Giants. Hits the curveball on the ground to third base. It's taken by Jim Davenport, guns it across to Cepeda in time, and Pignatano grounded out third to first. There are 2 men out, and here comes Joe Christopher up to bat Bob Moorhead, with Vinegar Ben Mizell throwing in the bullpen. Christopher's a right-hand batter. Boland is into the windup, and the pitch is into the dirt. Rolls a few feet away from catcher John Orsino, who retrieves it. Ken Boland works to Christopher. Swings and sends a high fly ball to left field. Drifting back is Philippe Ballou, and he makes the catch for the out. So another strong inning for Bob Boland as he got the Mets out in order in the bottom of the 7th with no runs on no hits, no errors, and nobody left. The end of 7 innings complete at the Polo Grounds. The score is Giants 9 and the New York Mets 2. Well, the exciting Buccaneers, the Pittsburgh Pirates, world champions year before last, will be coming in here on Wednesday afternoon at 1:30 p.m. for an afternoon doubleheader. They're led, of course, by Roberto Clemente, who's been having a great season and who had a great performance with 3 base hits in the All-Star game. He was the starting right fielder for the National League All-Stars. And they're led also by Dick Groat, their fine field captain and shortstop, who was on the National League All-Star team. Bob Skinner is having a great year. Roy Face having another fine year in the bullpen. Vernon Law is back on the beam. And Don Hoke at third base and Bill Mazeroski at second. Mazeroski was the All-Star second baseman. Pirates had 3 men in the starting lineup of the National League All-Stars. So they'll be in here on Wednesday for an afternoon doubleheader, and again on Thursday for a twilight doubleheader starting at 6 p.m. And tickets are now on sale for all future games of the New York Mets. Coming in to pitch now for the Mets is Wilmer Mizell, replacing Bob Moorhead, who pitched 4 innings, gave up 3 runs on 5 hits, struck out 3, and walked none. Mizell will be facing Ernie Bowman, Bob Boland, and Harvey Keene in the top half of the 8th inning. The San Francisco Giants trying to salvage a split here at the Polo Grounds as the Mets won the first game 5-3, but the Giants are leading in this one 9-2 in Philadelphia. The Dodgers split a twin bill with the Philadelphia Phillies as the Dodgers won the first one and the Phils won the second one. In Philadelphia, Johnny Padres went all the way to get the victory for the Dodgers in the first game. It was 9-1. Frank Howard, Ron Fairley, and Darrell Spencer homing for the Dodgers. In the second game, Art Mahaffey went all the way to get the victory for the Phils. He won it 2-1. Gave the Dodgers only 5 hits. Dodgers used Phil Ortega, Ron Farinowski in the 5th, and Larry Sherry in the 8th. And the only homer was by Roy Sievers of the Philadelphia Phillies. I'll give you a rundown of scoring action as we go along. Most of the games completed. Here's Ernie Bowman, second baseman up. He is 1 for 3 in this ball game. He's a right-hand batter, and he's facing left-hander Wilmer Mizell. There's a called strike one, zipping in. That pitch is outside for a ball. Mizell set for the 1-1 pitch. Swung on and fouled off to the right side, out of play. 1-2 to Ernie Bowman. Chuck Hiller was the second baseman for the Giants in the first game of today's doubleheader, with Ernie Bowman coming on in the second game. Here's a swing and a foul ball back onto the screen and out of play. Giants got their fine youngster, Bob Garibaldi, into action in the first game here today. We just signed him recently. Pitch is outside for a ball. He was the All-American baseballer from Santa Clara who was selected as the outstanding player in the recent college tournament at Omaha and was signed for a price that's been estimated at between $125,000 and $150,000. Here's a swing and a fly ball into left. Frank Thomas moves in and waits and makes the catch for the out. So Ernie Bowman is flied to left, one away, nobody on, and pitcher Bob Boland coming up. Boland had a double to drive in 2 runs in the second. Popped to short and was called out on strike. Getting a hand here from an appreciative baseball audience at the Polo Ground. He's held the Mets to 3 hits thus far. Mizell into the long windup and the pitch. It's low for ball 1. It's inside for ball. 2-0. The 2-0 pitch to Boland. Swung on and missed. He was waiting for that one and teed off. All the way around and back. It's 2-1. Again the pitch. Fastball missing outside. 3 balls and 1 strike to pitcher Bob Boland. 2 right-handers, Jack Sanford and Roger Craig, working tomorrow night. There's a swing and a line drive going to left field for a base hit for Bob Boland. Line past Felix Mancia at third, between third and short. Boland has his second hit. On at first with 1 man out, and Harvey Keene's coming up for his 5th time. Harvey had a 2-run homer in the second inning. 1-4 up to right now. Mizell looking in to get a sign. His right-hand batter Harvey Keene is standing in and waiting. Boland's wearing the jacket at first base as the base runner. And here's the pitch. It's in there for a called strike. If you're marking a baseball calendar, keep in mind that the New York Mets are going to have a lot of home action here at the Polo Grounds in the month of August. That pitch is low. Blocked by Pignatana. Keeps it out in front of him. The count is 1-1. In Kansas City at the end of 2 innings of play in the second game of today's doubleheader. Kansas City Athletics 1, the New York Yankees nothing. Roland Sheldon against Danny McDevitt. Yanks won the first game 8, 6, and 10 innings on a 2-run homer by Yogi Berra on the top of the 10th. Here's a swing and a drive to left, headed for the wall, and it is off the wall. Thomas plays the rebound neatly, gets it into Chacon, and holding it second is Bolin, which holds Harvey Keene to a single. Lined that one off the wall and left on the fly. Still one man out, and Jim Davenport, the third baseman's coming up. He's 1 for 4 and has scored 1 run. After tomorrow night, Mets next face the San Francisco Giants here in the Polo Grounds on Wednesday night, August 22nd, and Thursday afternoon, August 23rd. Swing and a foul tip. Strike one count to Davenport. So after today, the Mets have only 3 more games here in New York against the Giants this season. One tomorrow night, and then August 22nd and 23rd. That pitch is low for ball. It's 1-1. Bolin at second and Keene at first. There's a pitch taken high. 2-1 to Jim Davenport. There's a pitch swung on, sliced down the right field line, and it's a foul ball. Right down into the right field corner, but foul. 2-2 count to Davenport. He broke his bat on that one. Here's the final score in Milwaukee. The Cincinnati Reds have defeated the Milwaukee Braves 3-2 in the second game. Brosnan the winner, and Denver LeMaster the loser. So the Cincinnati Reds and the Milwaukee Braves have split a pair. Braves won the first one 5-0. The Reds won the second one 3-2. It's in there for a call strike. And so Davenport turns and goes back to the bench. And here comes Willie Mays to face Vinny Ben Mizell. That, of course, the first strikeout registered by Mizell. Moorhead had 3. Davion on Hunter none. Willie Mays standing in now. Willie's had 1 base hit today, a single in the first inning of this game. He's thrown out trying to stretch it into a double. As a pitch outside for ball. It's the Giants 9 and the Mets 2 in this, the second game of a doubleheader. The Mets won the first game 5-3. So the Mets own 2 victories over the Giants thus far this season. As a pitch in there for a called strike to Willie Mays. In the first game, Willie went 0 for 3 and had a sacrifice fly to drive in a run. Here he has singled out at second, trying to stretch it, walked, stole a base, later scored, struck out, and fouled out to the catcher. A little tight, 2-1. That pitch is outside to Mays to run the count to 3 balls and 1 strike to him now. With Orlando Cepeda on deck. 2 men out, runners at first and second. Mizell looking in for a sign. Has it now up into the long stretch. And a 3-1 pitch. Hit on the ground toward third. Mantilla left to go in a hurry, has no play, and it's a base hit for Willie Mays. An infield hit is scratched by Mays on a little dribbler that Mantilla fielded but did not throw. He had no play. The bases are loaded. 2 men out, and Orlando Cepeda's coming up. For Willie, that's his second base hit of this game, his second base hit of the day. Cepeda had a 2-run home run in the top of the 7th, his 19th home run of the season. He had an infield hit in the 5th. He's 2 for 4 in the ball game. Mizell's pitch turned him inside for ball 1. Here's a pitch that is high. It's ball 2. The official paid attendance here today, 35,463. Service and press, 618. Total attendance in the ballpark, 36,081. The 2-0 pitch to Cepeda, swung on and popped up. Towards second base, Charlie Neal is there calling, and Neal makes the catch for the out. So Cepeda has popped out. And in the top of the 8th, the Giants got no runs on 2 hits, no errors, and 2 left. The end of 7.5 innings of play. The score is San Francisco Giants 9 and the New York Mets 2. Now listen to one of the nation's top vocalists with a musical message for you.
Hi, this is Vic Damone. That Rheingold Extra Dry, now that's the beer to buy. Its flavor's brisk and bright, and clearly extra dry. It's New York's favorite brew, the only one for you, because it's dry and true. That's Rheingold Extra Dry. That Rheingold Extra Dry, man, it's got flavor to spare. Brisk and bright and clean clear through. And dry tells you why. Brewed of the choicest ingredients, the long, slow way. No wonder it's the most popular beer in town. The taste of Rheingold bright, because it's brewed just right. Brewed long and slow for flavor, clean and extra dry. That Rheingold Extra Dry, now that's the beer to buy. It's extra dry, that's why. Have a Rheingold beer tonight.
We're going now to the bottom half of the 8th inning, and before we do, in order to allow our stations to identify themselves, we pause now for station identification.
This is WGY Schenectady, where you can hear all the games of the New York Mets. For baseball, for the best in music, for comprehensive, reliable news reporting, stay tuned to WGY.
Ralph Canner and Bob Murphy at the Polo grounds, where Bob Boland, who was on base in the last half inning, is taking his warm-up tosses. He'll be facing Richie Ashburn, Rod Keneal, and Felix Mantilla. Mets batting, bottom of the 8th. Well, you know, New York is a summer festival. That's what the signs and banners say. Why don't you find out for yourself? Rediscover New York this summer. It's your city. Believe me, it is the city with everything. The first pitch to left-hand batter Ashburn, bunts it down the third baseline, and Boland fields it barehanded, has no play, can't pick it up. He just brought his arm on up, and the ball was still on the grass, and he swung it over, but the ball was still there. It's a base hit for Richie Ashburn. So Richie scratches one here in the bottom of the 8th. That brings up rookie Rod Keneal, who is 1 for 3. Single later scored in the first inning. Mets scored first in this ball game. Scored 2 runs in the bottom of the first, both of them driven in at the time by Frank Thomas. Boland checks now as Ashburn leads off the bag at first. The pitch to Keneal. He bunts down the third baseline also, and Boland again gets the ball and has no play. This time he came up with it in the bare hand but made no throw as he had no play. And the Mets have runners at first and second on consecutive bunt base hits by Ashburn and Keneal. So now the Mets have 5 hits off Bob Boland. Felix Mantilla is coming up. Nothing for 2 and a walk. He has scored 1 run. Boland up into the big stretch position. Runners lead first and second. Pitch to Mantilla. Swung on foul back. There is no play. Coming back about halfway is John Orsino, the catcher. In the bullpen, throwing for the Giants, the ace of the relief staff, Stu Miller. Right-hander. Nobody out for the Mets. Boland comes to the plate. It's swung on and lined on the left field line. A fair ball. And here comes Richie Ashburn around to score. Rod Keneal is on his way to third. And at second base, Felix Mantilla pulls up with a double. 1 run in. Double and a run batted in for Mantilla. Mets have runners second and third. Nobody out. It is now 9-3, and Frank Thomas is coming up. He's 1 for 2 and a walk. It's a high pop down the line and left, curving over into foul territory. There is third baseman Jim Davenport making the catch. There's no advance. Thomas has fouled out to Davenport down the line and left. And here is Marv Thornberry coming up. He's 1 for 3. Left-hand batter. Stu Miller continues to throw in the bullpen for the Giants. Boland's pitch to Thornberry is high and away for ball 1. Again the pitch. Low for ball. It's 2-0 to Thornberry. Kansas City, second game of the doubleheader. The Yankees have scored in the top of the third. At the end of 2.5, the Yanks won. The Kansas City A's won. Los Angeles Angels defeated the Washington Senators 5-1 in the first game today. Here's a pitch to Thornberry outside, and it's out 3-0. And the second game in Los Angeles, the Senators nothing, the Angels nothing. Hamilton against Duran. Baltimore swept Cleveland in 2, 6-4 and 6-5. White Sox beat the Detroit Tigers 5-3. Minnesota Twins beat the Red Sox 5-3 in the second game, postponed rain. 3-0 pitch fastball in there for a call, strike 1. 3-1 now to Thornberry. Rod Keneal, the base runner at third. Felix Mantilla, the base runner at second. For the Mets, with 1 man out. 3-1 pitch. Low, he walked in, the bases are loaded. With Charlie Neal coming up. Five walks given up by Bob Boland. Here's Charlie Neal. Slide to center, grounded out pitch to first and slide to center. Giants lead 9-3, and the Mets have loaded them up here in the bottom half of the 8th inning. Swing and a miss by Neal as he took a rip. Houston Colt 45s beat the Cubs 5-4 today in the first game of the doubleheader. Second game's at the end of 4.5 innings. Cubs 3, Houston Colt 45s 1. Here's the pitch to Charlie Neal. Swung on and sliced foul on the right field line into the upper deck, out of play. 2-strike count to Neal. Milwaukee Braves beat the Cincinnati Reds 5-0. Cincinnati Reds beat the Braves 3-2. They split. Dodgers and the Phillies split 2. Cardinals and the Pirates split 2. New ball out to Bob Boland, who's looking in for a sign now from battery mate John Orsino. Bases loaded. He works for the windup, and the pitch is high. Rock Charlie Neal back. It's 1-2. He fired the fast one. Elio Chacon is on deck for the Mets. Now the pitch swung on and fouled, so the count holds to Neal at 1 ball and 2 strikes. Gene Woodling has come out to the on-deck circle now to bat for Elio Chacon. You up next. Boland into the windup. Pitch to Neal. Swung on. A little number fouled on the third base line. Fielded by Solly Hemus, coaching at third. Count holds at 1-2 to Neal. Bases loaded for the Mets. In Houston, going to the top of the 7th. The Cubs 3, the Houston Colt 45 1. Second game of a doubleheader. And now a 1-2 pitch to Charlie Neal. Swung on and has a fly ball to right field. Drifting back is Harvey Keene. Tagged at third is Rod Keneal. Keene makes the catch. Keneal comes across the plate. Mantilla moves from second to third. There are runners at first and third now. 2 men out, and Woodling is going to bat for Chacon. Give Charlie Neal a run batted in on the sacrifice fly to right, which scored Keneal after the catch. Makes the score San Francisco 9, New York 4. Sixth pitch inside for ball 1. Left-hand batter. He appeared as a pinch hitter in the first game and drew a walk. Mets now have 6 hits off Bob Boland. Here's a swing and a base hit into right field for Gene Woodling. It is scoring Mantilla. Thornberry is on his way to third. The throw comes to second. Runners at first and third. 1 run in. A single and a run batted in for Gene Woodling. So the New York Mets are pecking away, as they have scored 3 runs in this inning to make it 9-5. And this is catcher Joe Pignatana coming up. Still 2 men out, and here's Alvin Dark, the manager of the Giants, come out to check with young Bob Boland. He's got Stu Miller ready out there in the bullpen if he is needed. Alvin Dark turns and runs back toward the dugout. Joe Pignatana steps into the batter's box. He's been up 3 times in this game without a hit. Flied to center, hit into a double play, and grounded out third to first. Boland checks runners at first and third, and pitches to Pignatana, slides into right field for a base hit. Going to be 1 hop to the wall. 1 run is scored as Thornberry crosses the plate. Woodling goes to third. The play is at second base, and he's safe at second. Pignatana moving in for a double. In this inning for the New York Mets. Run batted in on the double by Pignatana that sent Woodling to third and scored Thornberry. And now with Mizell due up, umpire Ken Burkhardt is peering into the dugout of the Mets. Mizell had a bat. He's putting it back in the bat rack. Moment there is no one at the bat rack. And instead, Chris Cannizzaro is being brought in from the bullpen. Cannizzaro is being brought in from the bullpen. Manager Casey Stengel is going out to check with Burkhardt. The Mets now have have Bob Miller throwing in the bullpen, warming up. Right-hander Bob Miller. It's 9-6 now, and the situation here is tying run at the plate for the Mets. In the bottom half of the 8th inning, they have 2 runners on, 2 men out. Here in the bottom of the 8th, the Mets have reached Bob Boland for 5 hits and 4 runs. Now Alvin Dark walking slowly out to the mound after Canizero had come out, and he's going to go for Stu Miller. He's going to take no chances here. He's going to bring in the ace of his relief staff, Stu Miller. That's going to be all for young Mr. Boland. Here's the announcement of Stu Miller. New York Mets battling back here in the bottom half of the 8th inning. For Stu Miller, this will be his 34th appearance of this season. He has started no games, so of course he has had no complete games. His won and loss record, 4 victories and 5 losses. Pitched 58 in the 3rd innings, in which he has given up 60 hits and 31 runs. Earned run average 3.86. Canizero is announced as the batter for myself. The ranks of catchers for the Mets are depleted. With Sammy Taylor out with a broken finger. Canizaro's come in here to bat. Pignatana's in the ballgame, so Cliff Cook is warming up Miller in the bullpen. The only other man the Mets had with catching experience is also unavailable now as Gil Hodges is in the hospital, having undergone surgery for a kidney stone. Underwent the surgery today. And he'll be out 4 to 6 weeks, be in hospital about 10 days. Boland pitched 7 in the 3rd innings, in which he gave up 6 runs on 8 hits, struck out 3 and walked 5. Stu Miller taking the warm-up tosses. Giants and the Mets here again tomorrow night, and if you're driving, keep in mind that the parking lots at Yankee Stadium are open, as well as the parking lots here at the Polo Grounds, and the 155th Street Viaduct is now open also, if you haven't been around in this neighborhood lately. New York Mets had tremendous turnouts these last couple of days. Approximately 38,000 yesterday. And approximately 36,000 today. That's 74,000 in 2 days. Chris Canizero steps into the batter's box. Right-hand batter to face right-hand pitcher Stu Miller. Miller tosses an assortment of slow stuff up there. Variety of speeds. Here is the pitch. Swung on, it's a ground ball. It's going through for a base hit. 1 run has scored. Coming on the 2nd run. And Canizero delivers a 2-run single. Whittling scored, and so did Pignatana. As Canizero hit the first ball pitch by Miller on the ground up the middle for a base hit. The score is 9-8, and the Mets trail by only 1 run. They have Canizero on at first, and Richie Ashburn is at the plate. New York Mets with 6 runs in here in the bottom half of the 8th inning. Stu Miller is into the stretch. And the pitch to Ashburn is in there. That is Miller's fastball, which is deceptively fast. And it is strike 1 to Richie Ashburn. Ashburn drew 3 walks in the first game, had 1 today, and in the 8th inning beat out a bunt for a base hit. Canizaro leads at first, and the pitch to Ashburn. Punched out into left field for a base hit. Canizaro holds at second as Philippe Polo comes up with the ball, and Richie Ashburn punched the ball out into left field for a clean base hit. Runners at first and second, and Rod Keneal is coming up. That was Ashburn's second base hit in this inning. And now Alvin Dark is going to send for Juan Marichal. He is pulling all the stops. He's going for his ace right now, Juan Marichal. Young right-hand is going to be brought in to relieve Stu Miller. Stein has gone to the bullpen, and umpire Frank Walsh has gone out there to get a pitcher. Walsh is going to have to go all the way to the bullpen. Now Marichal turns and starts walking in toward the mound. Juan Marichal in his 23rd appearance, and this is his first relief appearance of the season. This is the first time this season that Alvin Dark has brought Marichal in relief. Stu Miller is not waiting for him. Stu is turned and headed for the clubhouse in the deepest portion of center field here at the Polo Grounds. Miller only pitched to two men, and both got base hits. Ashburn, his second base hit of this inning. The Mets, of course, have batted around completely in getting their 6 runs. Marichal's record, 12 victories and 5 losses. He is the biggest winner on the staff of the San Francisco Giants. He was on the All-Star team and was the winning pitcher for the National League All-Stars in the game at Washington last Tuesday. So manager Alvin Dark pulled all the stops, and now we're getting a pinch runner. Al Jackson is running for Chris Canizaro. Al Jackson is perhaps the speediest member of the New York Mets squad, and he has come on now to run for Canizaro at second. Mets with 6 runs in this inning. That is the most the Mets have scored in an inning. Juan Marichal firing him in. Alvin Dark going as far as he can go to try to protect what is now a 1-run lead. Led in the ball game at the start of this inning, 9-2. Rechecking on statistics, the most runs that the Mets have scored in an inning is 7. On April 29th, in the 4th inning, they got 7 runs. So correct the note we gave you a moment ago. They have 6 thus far. Marichal has completed his warm-up tosses. Rod Keneal steps in. He had a base hit earlier in this inning. Beat out a bunt. He has 2 hits in the game. Keneal is 2 for 4. Al Jackson, representing potential tying runners at second. Richie Ashburn with good speed is on at first. We're in the bottom half of the 8th inning of the second game of today's doubleheader. Conference at the mound between John Orsino, the catcher, and pitcher Juan Marichal. Now Orsino comes back to assume his position behind the plate. Runners lead at first and second as Marichal is on the rubber looking in for the sign. Has it into the set position. And here is the pitch. Swung on and pulled foul on the ground. Jackson off and running. Salahim is stopping Jackson to talk to him. He was trying to get Jackson to take a little longer lead than he was taking off second. Because that is a big, big run. And if there's any chance at all, they want to take a shot at getting that one to the plate. The Mets now have 10 hits in this ball game. Marichal leans way over to get a sign. Takes off one. Still looking. Keneal steps out of the batter's box. A game of nerves going on. Keneal steps back in. Marichal still in the same position with his gloved hand over on his knee and bending way over. Now he has it up into the long stretch. Runners lead first and second. Here's the pitch to Keneal. Taken low for a ball. It's 1-1. Orsino goes out for another chat with Marichal. Charlie Hemus, the coach at third, trying to keep Jackson loosened up as the base runner out there at second, get him to lead a little longer. Jackson right now standing on the bag. As Orsino's gone all the way to the mound to talk to Juan Marichal. Ken Burkhardt, the umpire behind the plate, says, let's play ball, and Orsino turns and comes back behind the plate now. The count to Rod Keneal, 1-1. 2 men out, 2 men on. Giants 9, Mets 8. Marichal up into the stretch. Pitch to Keneal. Swung on and fouled back out of play. 1 ball and 2 strikes. All 6 of the runs scored thus far charged against Bolin. All 6 of the runs scored in this inning. Now the 1-2 pitch. Swung on and has a fly ball to center. Willie Mays coming over to line it up, and Willie makes the catch for the out. So Rod Keneal has flied out to center to end the inning. And in the bottom half of the 8th, the New York Mets got 6 runs on 7 hits, no errors, and 2 left. And so at the end of 8 full innings of play, the score is the San Francisco Giants 9, the New York Mets 8. And what a rally the Mets pulled off in the bottom half of the 8th inning to get ever so close. Of course, they'll still have another shot in the bottom half of the 9th inning. Manager Casey Stengel is walking out now. Talk to Ken Burkhardt. Exciting baseball here at the Polo Grounds. We've had it all day long. And we'll have it all season long. And tickets are now on sale for all future games of the New York Mets here. Bob Miller is walking in from the bullpen area as the pitcher for the Mets. He'll be facing Felipe Polo, John Orsino, and Jose Pagan. They are the scheduled batters in the top of the 9th for the Giants. Changes for the New York Mets now. Richie Ashburn is in center field. Gene Woodling is in right field. Felix Mantilla is at shortstop. Rod Keneal is playing third base, and Bob Miller is the pitcher. So the defensive alignment at this moment for the Mets going to the top of the 9th. Thornberry at first, Charlie Neal at second, Mantilla at short, Keneal at third. Thomas in left, Ashburn in center, Woodling in right, Pignatano the catcher, and Bob Miller the pitcher. Now Felipe Polo steps into the batter's box, right-hand batter to face right-hand pitcher Bob Miller. Pumps and fires, fastball high for ball 1. Giants 9, the Mets 8. Curveball in there for a called strike. It's 1-1 now to Felipe Polo. John Orsino swinging back in the on-deck circle. Miller with a 1-1 pitch on the way, swung on and has a fly ball to center field. Ashburn ranges over, calls, and Richie Ashburn makes the catch. 1 away for the Giants in the top half of the 9th inning. You know, there's no time like the present, and what better way to use it than to pour yourself a tall, cold glass of Rheingold. You know, Rheingold is beer as beer should taste, and dry tells you why. So enjoy a friendly glass of Rheingold Extra Dry along with every game. Miller with the pitch that misses low and away for ball one to John Orsino. He is 1 for 3 and a walk in this game. Joined the club only yesterday. He swung on and pops up to the right side in foul territory. Marv Thornberry waits back of the bag at first and makes the catch. 2 up, 2 down for the Giants in the top of the ninth. And Jose Pagan will be coming on now. If you'd like to look ahead to the bottom of the ninth, the Mets are scheduled to send up Felix Mantilla, Frank Thomas, and Marv Thornberry. Jose Pagan, 1 for 4 in this ball game, has driven in a run and scored 1. Miller's pitch swung on and hit on the ground through the hole into right for a base hit. And Pagan is on with a single, and right now, in order to allow our stations to identify themselves, we pause now for station identification.
This is WGY Schenectady, 810 on your dial, where the time is 28 minutes before 9 by the WGY clock, and temperature 75 degrees.
This is Lindsey Nelson with Ralph Kiner and Bob Murphy at the Polo Grounds in New York. Second baseman Ernie Bowman is due up here now for the Giants, but he has not come out, and we're going to have Willie McCovey batting for him. Here comes big Willie McCovey out of the dugout. Manager Alvin Darg going to his bench to get the power up here in the top of the ninth. Manager Alvin Darg now has Billy O'Dell throwing in the bullpen. One of his top starters, Billy O'Dell, is now throwing in the bullpen. Willie McCovey steps into the batter's box to face right-hander Bob Miller. Throw over to first, and Pagan gets back safely. Pitch to McCovey. Swung on and hit on the ground to Thornberry, and he's going to make the play unassisted to retire the side. So McCovey grounds out to Thornberry unassisted in the top of the ninth. The Giants got no runs on one hit, no errors, and 1 left. And at the end of 8.5 innings of play, the score is San Francisco Giants 9, the New York Mets 8. You know, going through the rule books the other day, we dug up a Rheingold riddle for all you baseball fans. Now, you may know that when a base runner is hit by a batted ball, the batter automatically gets credit for a hit, and the runner is automatically out. But who gets credit for the put-out? Now, think about that one. Well, if you know your baseball, as so very many of you do, you know, of course, that the fielder nearest the runner gets the credit for the put-out. And if you know your beer, as so very, very many of you do, you surely know this. 2 little words, extra dry, tell you why Rheingold has a taste no other beer can match. They tell you that Rheingold is brewed the long, slow, costly way for a taste that's brisk and bright and clean clear through. But why not find that out for yourself? Enjoy a cool, refreshing glass of Rheingold Extra Dry today, tonight, tomorrow, along with every game. Juan Marichal, the ace of the mound staff of the San Francisco Giants. Firing in the warm-up tosses. Standing outside the batter's box, Felix Mantilla. In the on-deck circle, Frank Thomas for the Mets, trailing by 1 run in the bottom half of the 9th inning. Felix Mantilla, right-hand batter, had a double in the bottom half of the 8th, and he's up there right now. Swung on as a ground ball to short. Pagan backhands it deep in the hole to throw to first, and he got him. A close play at first, but Mantilla is out. An extremely close play at first base. As Pagan went over, backhanded the ball and threw from in the hole. Here's Frank Thomas coming up now. Thomas had 2 doubles and a single in the first game. He had a single to drive in 2 runs. In the first inning of this one, he walked, he flied to left, and he fouled out to third base. Well, the Mets trail by 1 run, and they have 2 power hitters coming up. Actually, they had 3. Mantilla capable of clouding the ball for distance. So is Thomas, and so is Thornberry, who will follow. Marichal straight away with the big windup. Kicks high, the pitch. It's in there for a called strike. That was a breaking ball. Strike one count to Thomas. Marichal, of course, is trying to save this game for Bob Boland, actually. He's set to work with a one-strike pitch. It is outside for ball. It's 1-1. We're ready for the 1-1 pitch. Swung on, it's a ground ball to short on a big hop. Pagan has it. He guns it across to Cepeda. He takes the low throw, and he's out. Cepeda dug up the low throw, and there are 2 men out, nobody on, and for the Mets, it is now up to Marv Thornberry. He is 1 for 3 and a walk. He has scored 1 run in the ball game. Manager Alvin Dark has come out now to talk to catcher John Orsino about how they're going to pitch to Marv Thornberry. Giants 9, the Mets 8. Mets won the first game from the Giants here this afternoon, 5-3. Marichal looking in for a sign, has it. Stretches and pitches. It's ground ball, hits to second base, and it's taken there by Hiller, and he plays over Cepeda, and the game's over. Thornberry has grounded out from Chuck Hiller to Orlando Cepeda to end this ball game. In the bottom half of the 9th inning, the Mets got no runs, no hits, no errors, and nobody left. So actually, Juan Marichal came in and did the job for the San Francisco Giants in putting out the fire and saving the game for Boland. The New York Mets and the San Francisco Giants have split a doubleheader. The Mets won the first game by a score of 5-3, and Jay Hook went all the way to get the victory, his 7th of the current season. In the second game, here are the final totals for the San Francisco Giants. 9 runs on 16 hits and no errors. For the Mets, 8 runs on 10 hits and 2 errors. The winning pitcher, Bob Boland, the starter, who worked for 7 in the 3rd innings. He has now won 4 games and lost none for the Giants. And losing pitcher is Bill Hunter, who is the starter for the New York Mets. This afternoon, we saw the Giant youngster Bob Garibaldi in action here as he set down 3 Met batters in his first appearance in the Major League. And, of course, the Mets were without the services today of Gil Hodges, who underwent surgery because of a kidney stone condition that developed late last night. He will be in the hospital about 10 days, and he'll be out for 4 to 6 weeks. An application has been made to put Hodges on the disabled list with Taylor, who is out with a broken finger, and went on the disabled list today. The Mets have recalled Clarence Coleman, the catcher, you may recall, who they had in spring training and who has been at Syracuse. Clarence Coleman has been recalled by the New York Mets to swell out the catching corps. So once again, final scores here. The Mets 5, the Giants 3, the Giants 9, the Mets 8. And keep in mind that the final game of this series will be played tomorrow night at 8 p.m. We'll be on the air at 7:55. Then doubleheader on Wednesday afternoon against the Pirates, and a twilight doubleheader at 6 p.m. against the Pirates on Thursday. Now, this is Lindsey Nelson saying so long for Bob Murphy, Ralph Kiner, our engineer Joe Vernon, our statistician Joe McDonald, and our producer Joe Gallagher. And for Viceroy. Viceroy is not too strong, not too light. Viceroy's got the taste that's right. That's right. The Mets and the Giants split the doubleheader today, with the Mets winning the first game 5-3 and the Giants taking the nightcap 9-8. This is Lindsey Nelson speaking. This is the New York Mets Baseball Network.